Morning, Matt.
Good morning.
Mr. Secretary, I added a little French roast to the blend today just to make sure I was awake.
Becoming a coffee snob, huh?
No, this stuff here, I can actually smile and see my teeth in this cup, you know?
I've got my WMCI bed and breakfast mug here this morning. I don't know if you can see it.
Ah, okay.
From the
Yeah.
prison, you know, home sweet home.
Yeah. There's a pheasant on that, isn't there? Yeah. All right. Goshen County pheasant from the WMCI. Good. I'm in my my leadership, education, and development mug. So lead on. Yeah. Oh, wow. Looks like there's a full slate of folks today. The screen is full.
Good morning.
Morning, Governor.
How is everyone today? Oh, I need the business council.
So far, so good.
It looks like I've signed on with one of my students' names. I'm gonna have to drop off so she can get on. Hold on, let me get back on.
Is that what you needed?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Madam Director. How are you this morning?
I am well, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
I am well.
All right.
I see we have the treasurer, the auditor, the secretary. Do we have the superintendent?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. With that, Madam Director, I believe we have a quorum for the record, and so I think we're ready to begin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We do have a lot of people that will be kind of moving in and out of the Zoom meeting today, so I would just ask folks that if it's not your turn, that perhaps you keep your video off. Otherwise, it gets a little confusing with a lot of people on at the same time. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board first convene as the State Loan and Investment Board meeting, and then we have some matters from the Wyoming Business Council to start.
Very good. Well, let us convene then as the State Loan and Investment Board. So, Madam Director, how would you have us proceed? Business Council?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Business Council, they are first on the agenda today, so I'm not sure if Mr. Durrell is here. I believe he is.
Yes, thank you, Director. I am here, Governor Gordon and members of Slib. We do have 3 projects that our investments team will be presenting to you today, as well as an overview of our funding for the business ready communities grants and loans that we have. And so with that, I will turn that over to our investments team. We've got a number of individuals here. I believe Noelle Reed is here to kick that off. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Actually, I'll get us started, Governor. This is Julie Kozlowski.
Okay.
So we have in the Business Ready Community Fund right now, $45,915,299. A very exact figure, but but always changing. As you know, we receive loan payments, we get de-obligations, revenue recapture, so that figure fluctuates. But right now we have approximately $46 million in the Business Ready Community account. Before you this morning are 3 projects, as Mr. Jarrell mentioned, one from the City of Lander, a grant and loan combination, one from Liberty County, a managed data center cost reduction grant, and one from the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport Joint Powers Board. These projects total $10,955,392. That exceeds the quarterly allocation target that the Wyoming Business Council Board has put into place. They essentially divide up every biennial allocation into 8 quarters. So that would leave us with about 9.2 million for this quarter. However, they feel that these projects merit funding consideration and are unanimously recommending all 3 projects to the State Loan and Investment Board. We know that there's some flexibility in that funding plan because applications received for the next cycle, which we're already reviewing, only total between $2 and $3 million. So we have approximately $6 million in funding flexibility to work with for this time. So with that, we can get started with the first project from the City of Lander for a committed business, Maven. And I would ask Noel Reed to walk you through the particulars of that project. And before Noel gets started, I also would like to add that we do have all business committed projects as well as managed data center cost reduction requests reviewed by the Attorney General's office. They have been vetted by the AG's office, and we received those opinions yesterday, and both are in compliance with Article 16, Section 6 of the Constitution. Noel?
Thank you, Julie. Good morning, Governor. As Julie stated, the City of Lander is requesting a $3 million grant and about $2.7 million loan combination to construct a 22,500 square foot facility on about 1.5 acres of property. The site lends itself to further expansion as it is adjacent to the Central Wyoming College Lander campus and the Lander Economic Development Association's Enterprise Park. The current owner of the site will install utilities as a term of the sale to Maven. If BRC funding is approved, Maven will transfer the property to LEDA and lease it back from LEDA with the option to purchase at the end of 5 years. Since 2017, LEDA has held a lease with the state for that enterprise park on about 3.5 acres with the right of first refusal for 17 more acres to lease from the state. The goal for this land has been to attract commercial and light manufacturing companies. But up until this point, the enterprise park has only had one tenant, Union Wireless, since they require no infrastructure. So as such, the location and lease arrangement has not really produced much activity for the park and has made it difficult to attract businesses to that location. The utilities discussed above will be placed through the lot line between the proposed site and the enterprise park, making that area more attractive to businesses looking to expand and or relocate to the area. Specific to the Maven project, they've been headquartered in Lander since about 2013. They were launched by 3 partners that have 15 years of experience. The company is a sports optics company that sells directly to customers. Since their launch, Maven has had an annualized growth rate of over 40% per year. Because of that, they are at capacity at their current location and need a new facility in order to continue growing. Currently, 90% of Maven's revenue is generated outside of Wyoming, with sales in all 50 states and 23 countries in 2020. 15% of their sales are international, and by collaborating with partners in Australia, Saudi Arabia, Japan, and Italy, brand awareness in these countries continues to increase. Maven's product line includes both mid-range and premium binoculars, spotting scopes, and rifle scopes. In 2020, Maven launched rifle scope assembly and customization, and this year the company plans to add 1 to 2 new rifle scope lines, as well as increase their customization options for their existing products. While Maven can currently support basic repairs in-house, more of their technical repairs must be outsourced to California. Their long-term goal with this purchase and this expansion is to purchase the necessary equipment so they can do more of that assembly and all those repairs in-house in Lander. Precision equipment and technical staff are needed to do that, to meet that demand. So Maven is planning to collaborate with Central Wyoming College's training development team to realize those partnership opportunities and those training opportunities. Maven currently employs 10 positions, and they anticipate to create 23 additional jobs at the end of the 5-year reporting period that the BRC program requires. As part of this project, the city is requesting a $2.7 million loan. This proposal includes a 2% interest rate over 30 years. So at the end of the loan term, the BRC program will be repaid about $3.6 million from that loan. The revenue will be recaptured through lease payments by Maven. So initially, those lease payments will be used to repay the loan. And then after the repayment of that loan, 25% of the remaining net revenue will be repaid to the BRC fund, which equals about $750,000. And then the remaining revenue of about $2.2 million will be recaptured by LEDA for local economic development projects and purposes for the future. The cash match and in-kind match for this project is being provided by Maven, totaling about $630,000. They are also planning to invest between $400,000 and $800,000 in new equipment as part of this project. The Business Council Board unanimously recommends this project for the City of Lander to Slib in the amount of $3 million grant and a approximately $2.7 million loan. I do know that there are a few members of the community on the line that can answer questions, and I'm also happy to answer any questions Slib members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. Let me just ask for the board members if there are any questions for the staff. Secretary Buchanan and Auditor Racina, Superintendent, and Treasurer, any questions? Okay, well, I see Cade is on. Cade might know something about this.
I'm happy to answer any questions, or I'm happy to keep it short and sweet. I'd encourage anyone that has an opportunity to come to our facility here in Lander. If you've seen it lately, it's a Tetris game to move through the building. We're actually up to 12 employees with an open position right now. So just since we filed the application, we've had to expand that much. We're in a deconstruction process up front to try and find a new office space up there. And we definitely want to grow, continue to grow. And we're really looking forward to the opportunity to having a flagship presence here in Lander. We love Wyoming. That's why we started our company here. We have no interest in going elsewhere. We're all very active in our community. And the partnership with LEDA and with the city really speaks strong to our goals for the whole community and strengthening Lander as an outdoor recreation destination, not just for the activities, but also for businesses that are looking for a place where you can work and live. So we're excited about the project, and I'd love to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Macis. Any questions for Mr. Macis?
Mr. Chairman.
Auditor Racina.
Hi, Kate. Thanks for being here. I think this is a wonderful project, and I'm very excited to have it before us today. My question, Kate, might be a little clumsy, as most of mine are, but the growth is very exciting, and your projected growth is very exciting. There is such a thing as growing too fast, and sometimes that can be challenging to manage. And so what is Maven's plan to, I mean, do you have a plan to be able to manage that very fast growth? And I know you're growing exponentially, and I sometimes that can be a problem. It's a good problem to have, but sometimes it can be a problem.
Absolutely, Auditor Racines. So one of the fortunate pieces about the way our business is organized is there's 3 of us that are co-partners. We're equal partners, and we manage different parts of the business. And so it does allow us to have basically a diversified management team managing different parts of the business, where it doesn't all fall under one entrepreneur that's trying to do everything themselves. So we do have basically a turnkey management system that does allow us to bring in many more people within different departments without necessarily stressing that. Another piece that probably is one of the biggest things I've heard in Wyoming is workforce, which is probably more concerning right now than management. But one of the things that we've been able to do within that is we have a very flexible schedule. And so we can hire both part-time and full-time. We have a great community of outdoor enthusiasts here that want to keep their 4 days a week climbing lifestyle, but still need to pay the bills. And so we can hire someone to work 3 days a week, and they're happy to split so they can have a middle of the week weekend to go climbing. We have fishing guides that work for us, as well as a good full-time staff. And so I think our flexibility in being able to manage our business and run our business a little bit more non-traditional gives us an opportunity to grow within the confines of a smaller community like Lander.
And Mr. Chairman, Kay, you could always expand to Riverton too if you needed to.
Absolutely. Fremont County is a small town with long roads. So I worked in Riverton for many years, and I know many people that commute the other direction. So when we cast our net, we'll cast it wide.
Thank you, Auditor Racines. I'm sorry, Superintendent Baylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kate, it's good to see you virtually. I have a couple of questions for you. And the first one is around the skills that are necessary for the new employees that you plan to bring on and potential work with Central Wyoming College to make sure that any technical skills that are needed are the community has the ability to offer the acquisition of those skills locally. Have you done any work with Central Wyoming College and with your current employees? I know your pool is small, but as it grows, what are the technical skills that are needed, and what work might you do with Central Wyoming College to make sure that you can train and onboard new employees?
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Balo. So currently with our staff in-house, most of them came to us through the job skills they already had. The majority of our expansion in the technical area will rely pretty heavily on the job training. There will be some opportunity for additional courses, like we're very heavy computer based. So we have already worked with CWC on some of their Google classes that they offer to help bring people up to speed on being able to use the Google suite. They do offer some great local courses for those things. What the future brings will really depend on what kind of course of action we pursue. Right now, about a third of our employees are within our marketing department, and that's one area where marketing, design, innovation, integration, where we'll be able to tap more into that technical resource of the community college. Also working on internships for some of the courses that they're offering that we can bring in. It's literally right across the street from the Lander campus. And so for us, it's about establishing a relationship that's dynamic and flexible. So as our needs grow in unexpected areas, we can continue to work with them and fill those needs.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And Kate, I would just encourage you to, sometimes we hear, or I do at least as state superintendent, that the classes that are needed, the technical classes, especially when it comes to coding, computer science, technology, aren't necessarily offered locally. And I don't see anyone from community colleges on the list right now, but my hunch is someone's listening that's connected to community colleges, and I'll tell you, they're really eager to make sure that they offer the correct courses to meet the workforce needs of the community. So thanks for being proactive about that. And Mr. Chairman, may I ask one more question?
Sure, please follow.
Thank you. In the packet that we received with information about the expansion, it looks like right now you outsource some of your repairs and some of your fine-tuning work outside of Wyoming. And I think your expansion is wonderful for Maven, but it also provides an opportunity for you to be a true anchor business in Fremont County. And so I was just wondering what that might look like and what you might be able to attract business-wise as you grow Maven.
Sure, Superintendent Bill, great question. And we do talk about this quite a bit, with the in-house repair capability. What we outsource right now is basically anything that breaks the watertight seal of the optic. We don't have the space to bring in the machinery to repurge that item and waterproof it. So that's one of the first pieces of equipment we're looking at for this new facility, which will completely, it'll change us from 90% outsourced to 10% outsourced. Basically overnight. That is a very technical piece of equipment that doesn't exist all over the place. And so there is some opportunity to maybe do some contract manufacturing and assembly. Even right now with our limited space, we are helping do some distribution and third-party logistics for some small local businesses that don't have that capability. That's something that we would look to continue and expand, which will help make other small startup businesses more successful so they can focus on what they're good at and help us take advantage of this large building before we're fully grown into it. And so looking at those opportunities and trying to figure out how to keep our core competencies moving forward, but filling the space in a logical way and assisting others that can bolster the community are definitely forefront in our mind.
Great. Well, thanks, Cade. I appreciate the responses, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any questions from the treasurer or the secretary? Well, great. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Auditor.
I would move that the board approve a business committed grant in the amount of $3 million and a loan in the amount of $2,705,392 to the city of Lander.
Thank you, Auditor. Is there a second for that?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by the superintendent. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. We got thumbs up all across the board, and that motion carries. Thank you, Cade, and congratulations.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, board.
Thanks. Julie, thank you, Josh, too, for the help on that. Julie?
The next project for the board's consideration is a managed data center cost reduction grant request from Laramie County. We've not had one of these for a few years, so if you would indulge me, I'll just go over the particulars of it. This type of grant is actually spelled out in the Business Ready Community Statute, so the sideboards are set for us on this. They require that the business that's interested in receiving grant funds must match that with 125% of the amount of the grant that they're seeking. Of that 125%, no less than 50% must be in payroll, and that payroll, the wages paid to the employees have to be at least 150% of the median income for the county in which the project is located. The remainder is in private capital investments in taxable items. And if this business chooses to relocate within 5 years, we are required to recapture those funds. The way that they work just logistically is that the money is used to buy down the cost of utilities, so electricity and broadband essentially, and they submit those bills after they've been paid to the local government, so Laramie County in this case, who verifies that they are meeting their match and that they are paying their employees the required wages. They send those on to us. We do the same. We do another check on that. And then if everything seems to be in place, they're meeting those thresholds, then we can reimburse them for the cost of their electricity and broadband. So it's all done on a prorated schedule, very low risk on these grants. I again would share that the Attorney General's office has reviewed this project and finds it to be compliant with the Constitution. So we received a clean opinion on this project. Data centers don't typically create a lot of jobs. You'll see that in this, but the jobs that they do create are high paying. And we get some other benefits off of data center projects in terms of purchasing equipment in state. They pay tax on their utilities. Sometimes they pay property tax. In this case, they've already renovated a facility. They don't own it yet, but maybe in the future. And of course, it's creating some kind of a synergy with the other tech businesses that are located in Cheyenne. So with that, I would ask John Wendling to give you the particulars on this project. And I would also ask Josh Keefe to share with you, the impact that we did on this. We did an impact study on both Maven and on this data center project, and both proved to be good risks as far as the staff was concerned and the business council. So John, could you share some particulars on the project, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Julie. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This application comes from Laramie County for a $2.25 million request through the BRC's Data Center Cost Reduction Grant Program. It is for the VM Accelerated Data Center. VM is a high-performance cloud service data center. They provide accelerated processing through adaptable FPGA-based hardware or field programmable gate arrays. These are an adaptable hardware that is accelerated to provide enhanced processing power. They are not your typical data center. They aren't a storage facility. They offer this super fast processing. According to an article from back in November, they operate one of the largest FPGA clusters of its kind in North America. Some of the computer servicing for workloads they provide are artificial intelligence, robotics, defense contracting, weather modeling, data analysis, and others. And this is already adding to a growing cluster of data centers that's right here in Cheyenne. And it's done by a new and innovative and modernized way. VM is located just outside of downtown Cheyenne, just down Lincoln Way. And they have taken an older building and remodeled it. And because of this new and innovative technology, they're able to take an older building in 90% less of the space of a normal data center. Normally data centers take quite a big footprint because of the energy needed, the cooling costs for these servers. And however, with VM has a technology where they are immersing these servers in a liquid for cooling and not having to use the evaporative cooling. This is providing less space, of course, less energy usage. They're able to use the existing electrical service that's there. They don't have to put in special transformers. This liquid is also biodegradable within 3 weeks. It's environmentally friendly. It has a 10-year life, so they're not going through a lot of it. They also allows them the opportunity to be more competitive in what they're offering. These servers operate at a very fast speed and create a lot of heat, but that allows them to provide great service and very fast. They offer great wages on these jobs. They, like Julie had mentioned, they have to be 150% above median wage. By the end of year 5, they're going to have project 14 jobs, and those wages should be 236% above the wage, median wage. They are also partnering with the University of Wyoming. They have offered 5,000 hours of service time on their servers this semester. And that will, for their FPGA classes over at UW. This will allow the students to have firsthand knowledge. They'll be able to come over and work with VMXL as internships, and then also gives us the opportunity for those students to get jobs right here in Wyoming. And so providing VM recruiting just right across the hill. This project is projected to be about $18 million in cost, 2.25 of the grant, capital investment of 9.8 million, and then the wages of 6.4 million over the 5 years. At this time, I'll let Josh go into the impact if he's ready for that.
Thanks, John. Good morning, Slib members. As Julie and John both alluded to, when analyzing some of these it's not technically a business committed project, however, it really gets treated the same and as far as analyzing and all of that from the business council staff. And so when we look at the impact of this project, we look at it from a term of recapturing the grant amount, so the 2.25 million. And so with this, what we have done is we look at those factors that impact Laramie County. And so between the wages and the employees and the capital expenditures that the business plans on spending over the next 5 years, the recapture of the grant amount by itself is just over 4 years. And so still within that 5-year reporting timeframe that we have for this, and also obviously as the company matures and purchases increased servers and other supplies from vendors around the state, as well as increases number of employees, obviously that impact gets bigger. And so it kind of has a snowballing effect, as do most businesses. So that recapture period of 4.1 years is still within the 5-year reporting requirement for these guys. And so I think it provides a good impact and a return that can show these types of projects and the benefit that they have to not only Laramie County, but the state as a whole. So thank you.
Thanks, Josh. And so there were some discussion on this project. The board, I'd like to quote Mr. Kinsler and Mr. Law, their discussion, but they spoke on how the industries benefit from all industries benefit from a developing technology sector. And VM's advanced supercomputing services will benefit industries here in Wyoming as well as abroad. Also, Mr. Easley had commented on Cheyenne's tech scene and how this adds to that. There was also discussion about crypto mining and the concerns with that. A lot of data centers are doing this in the background. This is not a big part of VM's business. They're just getting going right now. These servers are hard to just turn it on and off. So they need them to be doing something all the time. And as they're developing their clientele, this is just happening a little bit in the background. However, this is hardly enough to keep the lights on. It's not very profitable. And the services they will provide and intend to provide are 50 to 100 times more profitable. The board unanimously recommends this project for Laramie County to Slib in the amount of 2.25 million. And I know there are some members of the community here today that and the business that would like to or here to answer any questions or speak on behalf of the project.
Thank you, Josh, John, sorry, and Josh. Are there any questions from the board for the staff? Secretary Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We discussed it in some of the briefings, the unique nature of FPGAs. And so my question is how would you explain to the general public the unique nature of this business and what are its competitive advantages in relation to some of the other tech type businesses in the same type of field that we've funded in the past in Laramie County? Why is this unique? Why do we fund it? Thank you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I'm Derek. I'm the president and CTO at VMXL. And the question was essentially, what's unique about FPGAs and what competitive advantage do we hold? Is that correct? So FPGAs represent a unique technology They've existed in some form for quite some time, but their adoption in the data center space is just now taking off. They allow us to achieve extremely high efficiencies and extremely high speeds. And in addition to that, they allow us to be very, very efficient. So combine that with our unique infrastructure surrounding our cooling, and we're able to have extremely fast processing in a very, very dense area. It allows us to essentially offer an extremely fast cluster for acceleration of artificial intelligence, genomics, and other HPC workloads. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, but just kind of a follow-up. In the realm of businesses that do this type of work, are you completely unique? And if you are, then that's the competitive edge. If you're not, what is your economic competitive edge in the business world that will set you apart from some of these other companies?
Yeah, so there are only a handful of cloud service providers that utilize FPGAs in the first place. So that by itself is a competitive edge. Of the ones that do, our cooling infrastructure and our physical infrastructure saves us about 90% on our OpEx. So that obviously gives us a lot more room to be competitive on our pricing.
Thank you, Mr. Go ahead.
Well, and just to follow up a little bit, I can hear the efficiencies, appreciate the efficiencies. You talk a little bit about computer modeling and things of that nature. Is that really where your edge is for your business?
Yeah, so it definitely lies between both the physical and the savings, and it lies with our accelerated adoption of FPGA technology.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further questions? Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe my question is more directed at staff, but I was just wondering, I know in the past, we've had a structure for ensuring that the positions that are associated or assured to the greatest extent possible by the company are in state or in the community. And I was wondering if staff and or Derek could just run through what that's looked like in the past, whether that's a contingency agreement that is at the business council level that says X number of jobs will be in state versus teleworking from out of state, or if we could just have some maybe assurances or a discussion about what that will look like from Derek's point of view. So maybe a question for both.
Mr. Chairman, this is Julie.
Yes, Julie, please proceed.
Madam Superintendent, yes, that's the business council's intention, is that these jobs are hired in Wyoming. That's what we do, is, try to ensure that we're moving our economy forward. And so that's typically covered in a contingency and development agreement, along with things like when equipment is purchased, that it's purchased from an in-state supplier. So that's how we've done it in the past. I would think that would be sufficient to cover us this time as well. I would also add that Laramie County has been the recipient of several of these managed data center cost reduction grants, and they've managed them extremely well. So we have a high level of confidence in their ability to do so with this one.
Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Yes, please. Did you want Mr. Horton to address that as well?
Possibly, if he has something to add, and then I'll ask my follow-up.
I don't have much to add. I was going to bring up the contingency development agreement that we've already been working on as well. So I think that pretty much covers it.
Thank you. That was my follow-up question, just to make sure that there was a contingency agreement that was in the works for this project. So I appreciate that, Derek and Julie. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Superintendent.
And I am trying to get to the correct page at this point so that I can get the amounts. I apologize. Please be patient. Okay. I move to accept the recommendation of the Wyoming Business Council for the managed data center cost reduction application in the amount of $2,250,000 in a grant request. I think that covers it. So I'll make that motion.
Thank you. And it's been seconded by the secretary. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see thumbs up from everyone on the screen, so that would be the treasurer, the auditor, the superintendent, and the secretary. That motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Horton.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Julie.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the last project for your consideration is from the Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport Board for improvements to the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport Commercial Terminal. I would ask Noel to walk you through the particulars of this. There was not an Attorney General opinion on this project because it was not business committed. It's a readiness application.
Thank you, Julie. Noel.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Governor. As Julie stated, the Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport Board is requesting a $3 million community readiness grant to modernize their Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport commercial airline terminal through renovation and expansion. This expansion and renovation will allow for adequate space for security screening, passenger waiting room, baggage screening, baggage claim, and a common use space. The project will also include design, site preparation, select demolition, water and sewer line improvements, utilities, and a parking lot redesign and expansion. The airport will also install a new septic system that will serve this facility, as well as the adjacent 75 acres of developable land for future development on that land. Finally, a new natural gas regulator station and a 3-mile gas main line to upgrade the gas service to the entire 1,200-acre site around the airport property will be installed. The reason that the airport is moving forward with this, their existing 1978 terminal was built pre-COVID, pre-9/11 time, and it doesn't work for today's health and safety regulations. It currently provides for a hold room seating for 42 people, which was acceptable when the airport was served by 19-seat and 30-seat aircraft. However, with the current 50-seat regional jets and the expected 76+ seat aircraft in the next decade, the hold room is just not large enough to support these demands and the future demands. This project has been in the works and being talked about for quite a while in the Southwest region. It was first contemplated in the airport's 2003 airport master plan and was referenced again a couple other times throughout the years. But due to significant changes in the air transportation industry, as well as shifting federal funding priorities, this project just kind of kept getting put on the back burner and getting slipped in the capital improvement plan. However, in 2018, Congress approved $1 billion in supplemental funding for airports, and then continued to approve additional funds in the following years between $450 and $500 million. So the airport, with support from WYDOT, Sweetwater County, and the City of Rock Springs, launched into a terminal area plan study, as well as conceptual design for this terminal modernization project. These plans allowed the airport to put forth a successful application that resulted in the announcement in April 2020 that the airport would receive just over $4.9 million in federal funding. Shortly after that announcement, the FAA advised the airport that it also intended to seek an additional $7.7 million in federal funding for this project. The FAA process is kind of unique. While they have not provided any written commitment of funding, they don't do that until the grant agreement is actually issued. The $4.9 million has been announced through an intent to award, and the remaining funding has been included in the FAA's capital plan for the fiscal year. Congress has authorized and appropriated FAA's fiscal year 2021 funding, so the airport will be ready to receive FAA Phase 1 in March, April 2021, with the remaining funding being ready probably later this month or next month. This project does align with the state's strategic value for our strategic plan for economic development. It does add value to core industries. The airport provides services to the businesses and industries in this area. As you know, Southwest Wyoming is home to the world's largest trona mines, as well as numerous oil, natural gas, coal, and uranium extraction operations. It will also help activate new economic sectors. Recently, the Sweetwater Economic Development Coalition, the SEDC, started a process for the industrial development plan that they have for their region. And with that process, they identified 6 targeted industries for their area. And all of those 6 targeted industries have identified the need and use of airport space is very important to their business. This project will not have a revenue recapture back to the BRC program. The airport board is obligated to FAA compliance and must realize 39 different grant assurances. One of those assurances prohibits airport revenue diversion. So the airport board is prohibited by government rules and regulations from participating in the revenue recapture program for the BRC process. But we didn't have the business council staff didn't have any concerns about that. We see that the economic benefits that this project would bring to the region and the state far outweigh that revenue back to the BRC program. The Business Council Board unanimously recommends this project from Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport Board to Slib in the amount of $3 million. I do believe Airport Board Manager Devin Brubaker is on the line, and I'm sure would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. Let me ask first, any questions of the staff from the board? Hearing none, Noel, nice job. Mr. Brubaker, welcome. It's good to have you on board. Is there any question for Mr. Brubaker? Or Mr. Brubaker, would you just like to give us a quick talk about your favorite airport?
How'd you know it was my favorite airport, Mr. Chairman? Appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, board members. Noel did such a great job explaining the project. I had some discussion points here, and she hit nearly every single one of them. So I will condense my comments and just let you know that pre-COVID, our airport experienced a 56.7% passenger growth from 2016 to 2019. Now, obviously, COVID has derailed the aviation industry significantly, but with recent data that is available in terms of advanced bookings and passenger surveys and industry surveys, the industry is expected to return back to 2019 numbers much quicker than initially expected. So we are expecting as early as 2022, we'll be back to 2019 numbers when that estimate used to be 2024 or 2025. That makes this project even more important and even more critical. As Noel mentioned, our current aircraft size and future aircraft size due to the changing landscape in our industry is going to put further demands on our facility. And without this expansion, we will not be able to keep up with those demands. Not just permanent long-term demands, but Auditor Racinas yesterday when speaking with her mentioned we have airport runways across the state that are going to be closing over the next couple of years for reconstruction. And this project will actually be, the portions of this project that are critical to additional capacity will be completed in time to support the passenger demands that'll be placed on other airports around the state due to those runway closures. So the timing couldn't be better. The last thing I would like to mention, and all of you are aware of this, but the immense amount of federal funding that's coming into this project. We've worked for years with our partners over at the FAA to ensure that we can maximize every dollar of federal funding that we could. And we have done that through all of the rules and regulations that are established by the federal government for the Airport Improvement Program. We have maximized the use of this, and we expect those grants, as Noel mentioned, to be issued within the next 30 to 45 days. We actually have a deadline of 5 p.m. today to turn in all of our final paperwork to the FAA for issuance of grants in May. So we will be working hard this afternoon to get all of our final costs and final project scope and everything turned in. So Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions you all have. Appreciate your consideration and each of you, your long-term commitment to aviation in Wyoming. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Brubaker. Any questions from Mr. Brubaker? Not seeing any. I think you've done a very complete job. I see Mr. West has joined us. Mr. West, do you have anything you want to say?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your guys' consideration and time today.
All right. Well, thank you. What is the pleasure of the board? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that the board approve the Wyoming Business Council's recommendation to provide funding for the project at the Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport in the form of a Business Ready Community Grant in the amount of $3 million.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second? There's been a second from, well, I have the superintendent, but I'm going to recognize the treasurer on this one just so everybody has a chance. Thank you, Superintendent and Mr. Treasurer. With that, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I have thumbs up from the superintendent, the auditor, the treasurer, and the secretary. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Devin, and looking forward to flying in there.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate it and look forward to having you all out for a in-person groundbreaking here in the next couple months. So look forward to seeing you all in person.
Fantastic. Thank you. Julie, Ms. Kozlowski.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the projects before the board today. We did, however, neglect to approve the minutes from the last two meetings where we had business before the board. So at this time, I would ask that we could approve the minutes from October and November 2020.
So members of the board, you may, are there any corrections to either sets of minutes? Any corrections? Seeing none, we can move them together or we can move them independently. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of the minutes from the October 2nd, 2020 meeting, as well as the November 5th, 2020 meeting.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? There's a second from the Secretary. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify of approving the minutes. Signify with a thumbs up. I have thumbs up from everyone. So Treasurer, Auditor, Secretary, and Superintendent. Thank you. That those minutes are approved. Julie, is there anything more? I do want to take a moment to just recognize Karen. But is there anything more you have?
No, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our business.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kozlowski. So for those of you who may not know, this is Karen's last meeting, I guess. I'm sorry it's in Zoom. Normally we would capture a picture with you, Karen, but I just wanted to say thank you very, very much for your time and your effort and your leadership of the Business Council Josh, I don't know if you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And just a few details about Karen's service to the Business Council. She has been at the Business Council for 20 years as of this January. And Karen is known to us as the walking encyclopedia of BRC grants and loans projects. If you need to know anything about that, you go to Karen, which is going to be a bit of a challenge after June of this year. We've done our best to twist her arm to try to get her to stick around, but she's decided that she's going to move up to Dayton, and I don't think it's really retirement. I think if you know Karen, she's on the move and on the go quite a bit. One thing I would also mention that I'm sure many of you know about Karen, she is probably the most colorful person in describing events or talking about things that you will ever meet, and so we are also going to miss her personality a lot. Just in the last year that I've been able to work with her, I've sure enjoyed her help, her attitude, and I know that the state of Wyoming is a better place for the work that she's done. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing her today. And again, as all of you, we will miss her greatly.
Well, I just want to say thank you, everybody, for this. This really, don't make me cry. But my first Slib meeting was in January 25th, 2005. Since then, I've been in every WBC meeting involving BRC except for April of 2011 when my grandson was born, and then October of 2017 when my husband had to have surgery. Otherwise, I've been at every single one. So if anybody wants to tap his brain full of useless knowledge on some really interesting Slib meetings, I can tell you. But it's been a pleasure and honor, everything. It has been so much fun. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you, Karen. And I'm sure you would recognize that this is by far the best board, right? Of all of them you've been with.
Yes, actually, it's been. You guys have been great. You know, there have been good boards, but this one's been awesome. Now, my very first Slib meeting, I could tell you, we had the Walmart protesters, and that was about 6.5 hours worth. And it was, yeah. I looked at Sean Reese and I said, you didn't tell me this was in my job description. I think I'm gonna, yeah.
Well, thank you. Members of the board, anything you want to add?
Just a big thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Auditor. I have the secretary.
Well, Karen, best of luck and enjoyment in retirement, and thank you for all the great briefings and the wonderful job you did in preparing us for these meetings. It's greatly appreciated. You're the utmost professional, and Godspeed.
Thank you, and it's been a total honor to serve all you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think Superintendent.
Yeah, Karen, I remember when you first introduced yourself to me at my first briefing, and your pride in the work that you did and your great attitude is memorable. I remember your story, and that's because of the color and the flavor that you brought to the table, as Director Jarrell said. And so thank you so much, and you will be missed and remembered, and you leave a legacy.
Thank you so much. It means a lot.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Karen, and I'm just glad you're going to be around here till June. I might have to stop over and get some of that wisdom before you go.
Hey, I'm here for you.
Okay, but thank you again for everything you've done for the state, and for all of those communities out there and the people your efforts have touched. And that's something I think that people don't realize in the job that you guys do, is that it's not so much about the dollars and cents, but it's what you bring to Wyoming and what you bring to the communities of our state. So thank all of you.
It's all one big family to me, but thank you so much. Like I said, all your words mean a lot to me.
Well, thank you, Karen. And it's got to give you a certain amount of pride to drive around almost every place in the state and know that there's something that you had your hand in. So thank you. All right. With that, Josh, is there anything more? Or?
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our portion of the business today. Thank you for the consideration of the board and for helping these three communities out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that will conclude our business with the Business Council. So thanks again. And Madam Director, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board is to approve the meeting minutes from the January 21st, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board meeting and the February 4th, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board meeting. I'll leave it to the discretion of the board to take them together or to do them individually.
Thank you, Madam Director. Is there a particular pleasure of the board on this one? Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the January 21st, 2021 and the February 4th, 2021 meeting minutes of the State Loan and Investment Board meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second? There is a second from the treasurer. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. So I have thumbs up from the superintendent, treasurer, secretary, and auditor. So those carry. Thank you, Madam Director. Next.
Mr. Chairman, we've provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything further to add to them at this point, but if the board has any questions, we would stand for questions at this time on those reports.
Are there any questions on the reports from members of the board? Any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we provided the materials for this meeting in advance to the board members, and we briefed each board member individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a very short consent list if the board would so desire.
That sounds appropriate. Please.
I would propose G1.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Members of the board, have you had a chance to review G1? Members of the board, I think you have done that. So we can either do 2 votes or we can do 1.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to accept the director's recommendation on G1.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. The motion's been made and seconded by the treasurer. All in favor, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. Thumbs up from the secretary, the treasurer, superintendent, and the auditor. That carries. Thank you for the consent list, director. But we just went ahead and passed it. So.
Well, that makes complete sense. I just didn't want to get bogged down in the agenda moving forward. So thank you, board. The next item on the board is C1, to consider adopting amended rules for the State Loan and Investment Board, Chapter 37, Student Dormitory Capital Construction Loan Program. The Student Dormitory Capital Construction Loan Program was enacted during the 2018 budget session of the Wyoming Legislature. The legislation provides authority for the board to issue loans from the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund to eligible community college districts for infrastructure projects directly associated with the development and construction of student dormitories. On February 4th, 2021, the board authorized OSLI to proceed with regular rulemaking to amend Chapter 37. Following the February board meeting, OSLI initiated the regular rulemaking process, including the 45-day public comment period, which ended on March 30th of 2021. No comments were received during this period. The proposed changes identified by staff for Chapter 37 are largely as follows. In Section 2C, we recommend removing a definition due to a change in how loan funds will be dispersed. Section 7C, we propose amending the repayment language to align with actual practice and to provide the board flexibility when negotiating loan terms. Section 9A, we propose amending language due to a change in process that no longer has all loan funds deposited into a demand deposit account upon the loan being closed. In Section 9B, we recommend removing a certain language due to changes in our process. Section 11, we propose amending the language to reflect options for refinancing a loan if someone is in default or if there's a potential for the loan to go into default. Section 12A, Romanet 2, we propose removing that section due to a change in loan administration. And then there are additional non-substantive typographical corrections throughout the chapter. I have Beth Blackwell here to answer any specific questions the board might have. We highlighted this matter in the agenda. We were not sure if we would have anybody that wanted to further comment on these. We did reach out to Dr. Schaefer with LCCC. He was one of the sort of catalysts, if you will, to proposing some of these amendments in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and some of the unanticipated impacts that that may have on their loan. So with that, I think we would stand for questions. And as I mentioned, I'm not sure if there is anybody on the line to further comment or address the board on this.
Thank you, Madam Director. I think what I'll do is I'll run around the board and ask if there are any questions. And then I'll open it up to see if there's any public comment. I do want to commend you and your staff for the changes in the rules and in the loan administration. I know the treasurer and I have talked a lot about how we can get a little bit more use out of these funds. And so I really thank you for working on that. And Mr. Treasurer, congrats to you for also pushing that issue. Are there any questions? I'll start with Mr. Treasurer. Do you have any questions on the rules here for the staff?
No, Mr. Chairman. I think they're appropriate, and I think they've done some good work on these changes.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, any questions for the staff? Madam Auditor? Superintendent? Okay, well, you're off the hook, Beth, but just don't think this is a setup for the way it's going to be. So, Madam Director, my screen is pretty full, but I don't know if I see anybody. Is there anyone in the queue who is wanting to address the board? Mr. Bump, do you have anybody?
Mr. Chairman, no hands are currently raised.
Okay, thank you. So with that, board, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Go ahead.
I would move the director's recommendation that the board adopt the attached amended rule for Chapter 37 Student Dormitory Capital Construction Loan Program, State Loan and Investment Board Rules and Regulations, and approve the statement of principal reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by the auditor. Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see a thumbs up from the superintendent, the auditor, the treasurer. Mr. Secretary is a thumbs up as well. Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next items on the agenda are the D matters, which are the state investment matters from the Treasurer's Office. I will note that D1, the University of Wyoming students have a presentation for the board, but I'm not sure that they're going to be ready until 9:30. That's my understanding from Barb. That's when their class actually convenes. They have students that have earlier classes, so they couldn't get on the call sooner than that. So, but I'll leave it up to the treasurer and his discretion as far as how he wants to order his matters.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yep. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Governor. I think, Mr. Chairman, Governor, we'd like to take up items number 3 and 4. That's our Veritas Capital middle market matters on private equity. And we have a couple of folks from our staff here as well. I believe there's some folks from Veritas that's available. So we've got both Matt Schmagosh and Patrick Fleming, and we have Lisa here. So Lisa, why don't you take it? You've got the material, I think, terms, that's number 4, but we've got the actually the hiring of the manager. So Lisa, why don't you I guess you're sharing the screen there, and so this is to approve or deny the recommended manager, which I hope we all approve it. They're a pretty good group here. So do we have anybody there, Patrick, from Veritas that you'd like to introduce, or Matt?
Yes, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Chairman, my name's Patrick Fleming. I'm the CIO at the Treasurer's Office. Before we introduce Jeffrey Wu, the partner at Veritas, to give you a brief overview of the fund, I just want to give a brief description of the plans and what we're doing. Matt Smagosh, who's in charge of the private equity group, has been doing a great job of looking to find managers who are in the top quartile, have been one of the best private equity managers available. And so one of the things that we're doing is if you look at the dispersion of these funds, there are funds, the median fund versus the top quartile fund is about 7% difference in return. And so what Matt has been doing a great job is to try and go and find the very best managers and try and get in front of them. And what we're trying to do is move away from that fund to fund structure, which we've done in the past, now that we have the personnel to be able to find these managers and form a long-standing relationship with the top quartile, the very best of the best. And so that's what we feel Veritas is one of the best. They've been in the top quartile for every fund that they have invested in. And so this is the plan that we're doing. And I want to commend Matt for doing a great job of doing that. And also, just so you know, the allocation is the 50 million, which is just part of our pacing schedule. So as you remember, every year we're just looking to put money into this space over the course of the year. And so that would be this allocation would be the first of this year's pacing schedule, and then we would then be looking to add another approximate 50-odd million later on this year as well. So just to give the board the background of what we're doing, I just wanted to mention that. And with that, is Jeffrey available?
Yes, I'm on.
Please go ahead. I was going to say you are on, so it's good to see you, Jeff.
Likewise, it's nice to meet everybody, at least via Zoom. So I don't know if you can pull up the presentation. I don't know if everybody has a paper copy or not.
We do.
Yep, perfect. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time today. I am Jeff Wu, partner at Veritas Capital. I just joined last year from another middle market private equity firm called Berman Capital. I was at Berman for 2 decades, and when I left Berman last year, was partner member of the investment committee, and basically ran the aerospace and defense practice. And really, my 2-decade career at Berman was really focused on highly regulated end markets, including healthcare, defense, aerospace, and government services. So really a lot of commonality, candidly, with the Veritas team. I've known a couple of partners over here at Veritas for over a decade. And in fact, I've known one of the partners all the way back literally to high school. We played high school football together. And, I had a chance to come over to Veritas last year, and they candidly presented me an unbelievable opportunity to do something entrepreneurial and really help them lead and launch a new strategy, which is in many ways a return to their foundational roots in middle market. So I'm excited to be at Veritas today to walk you through the strategy, I think it's an extremely compelling opportunity for us and our investors, and really kind of, like I said, is really a return to the foundational roots of Veritas. So maybe just flipping to page 2, it may just go the last 2 pages. So you can kind of see, we basically are very focused on the intersection of government and technology, and really we're the only private equity firm with that unique focus of really over almost 3 decades of focus. And why do we focus on those 2 end markets? One, the US government is actually the world's largest investor and purchaser of technology in the world. They spend over $150 billion on R&D. And if you think about the mission of the government, they're often basically investing in things that obviously are important to our nations, but also kind of figuring out where technology is going. And so by investing in those areas of national interest in education, healthcare, defense, national security, we can really be at what we call the tip of the spear in terms of where things are going and where technology is going for our nation and for our world. Veritas itself is an asset manager based in New York. We manage over 20 billion of capital. As I said before, we have a compounding effect to that experience, to the decades of experience, and to the fact that we have dozens of folks here, senior level folks with decades of experience. So, just very uniquely positioned from an intellectual property standpoint that's really been developed over many, many years. And like I said before, that provides us really great insight into what the challenges are for our nation, and then how do we invest to help the nation solve those challenges. I'll give you an example. Michael Hayden, I don't know if any of you remember that name, but he was the former head of the NSA and the CIA. Shortly after 9/11, so about 2 decades ago, we had a conversation with Michael Hayden when he was acting head of the CIA and NSA. And, we're talking really about the protection of our nation's information. And, it was before the term was actually coined, really cybersecurity. But what we were talking about was cybersecurity. And, he said it was a very high concern to our nation. And, the government was trying to find ways to kind of ensure the integrity of our information and the security of it. And so that's resulted in a lot of investments facing both the government in terms of really shoring up cybersecurity for the government, but also for commercial companies as well. And again, that's kind of way ahead, I think, before that kind of term became much more common. It allows us really that ability and that network to kind of see ahead, kind of really where the puck is going in terms of technology. And I'll kind of leave this slide with, one of the most important things, the bottom point, and it's really our reputation. And if you think about our customers, our employees, our investors, our reputation is everything. So, we hold that very sacrosanct here at Veritas. A lot of our partners have high-level clearances. And, I think reputation means everything. And reputation in terms of doing what you say you're going to do, doing it in kind of the right manner, kind of right side of right. And, I think that's really, again, part of that franchise that Veritas has really developed over a very long period of time. Moving on to page 4, maybe just talking a little bit, and I'll let you read some of the blurbs, but I think it's very consistent that our track record is really second to none. We're recognized by several independent sources as the top performing private equity asset manager, and that's not kind of a one fund star. That's across multiple funds across decades. And I think somebody said we're top quartile. I think the facts bear out we're probably top decile in every fund since inception. And there's, again, that's kind of a net benefit that really deep expertise in this market. We can think strategically, act strategically. That results in tremendous value creation and ultimately creating unique assets that are much more valued on the back end than what we started with. And we did a carve out from GE recently, and it was a lot of work to carve it out. We had to fix a lot of things, and you would think that GE does things in the right way, but we recently sold that asset to Amatec, a company called Abaco, for $1.35 billion. We announced it in last couple of weeks. And that particular deal, was the product of hard work, understanding that market in defense microelectronics, understanding how to make that asset more strategic and drive, double-digit growth, which is how it was growing when we sold it to Amatec. And it's resulted in a tremendous outcome, 3.7 times return on that particular deal, which is very consistent with our returns in the middle market. Maybe moving on to page 5. So talking a little bit about the middle market strategy and why it makes sense. I mean, it's very complementary to what Veritas is doing today. We have the flagship fund, which is $6.5 billion. We have a credit strategy. And really, middle market is filling the void of deals that the flagship fund can no longer pursue. The flagship fund is $6.5 billion. Every deal we've announced in that fund thus far has been a multi-billion-dollar transaction. And there's a natural flow of opportunities that are just not actionable given the size of the flagship fund. So this strategy is really critical, and that enables us to capitalize on that natural pipeline of transactions that we see. It allows us to capitalize on our pre-existing network of executives, which are relevant for all these 3 strategies. And it really allows us to execute candidly the same playbook that we've been executing in these other deals. And again, I think what's really interesting is that, that the heritage of Veritas really is the middle market. I think if you go to the next slide, you'll see that, we've done over 20 transactions in the middle market. We've been investing in the middle market for over 2 decades. This fund is likely to be around the fund that we had 2 funds ago. So I think in many ways, Veritas really acts, thinks, and behaves like a middle market investor. And this fund will allow us to kind of deploy capital against those opportunities. And that's really yielded, again, a tremendous outcome in terms of financial performance for our investors. We have a 3.8 times average return on middle market transactions. Again, that's measured over decades, measured across every sub-market that we're talking about at Veritas. And again, really the benefit of that compounding intellectual property that's been built up over decades at Veritas across the employees. And I'll just finish up, I guess, with the last page here and then open it up to questions. But, this is really, I'd say, the manifestation of the Veritas playbook. And I think what's very interesting is that, we are uniquely positioned. I think in many ways, we act more like a strategic buyer versus a private equity buyer. We're not passive. We're very active managers with these assets. And we really change the complexion, the look, the feel of the business. And we think about, that on the front end, and then we execute on that on the back end. And, I think a lot of that is, changing how the companies go to market, changing the management teams to be more strategic versus tactical, investing in the business, investing in research and development, and really, pursuing transformational opportunities that are both organic and through M&A. And, that's really manifest, that ultimately manifests itself in kind of the outcomes, not just the, the financial outcomes, which are tremendous at Veritas, but I think the fact that we sell over 70% of our assets to strategic buyers versus private equity buyers. So, it kind of validates, I think, the statement that we really are strategic. We make these assets more strategic on the back end. And again, it's kind of a great job. We get to really help our nation with their, most pressing challenges and issues and help them solve it. And at the same time, deliver tremendous value to our investors, employees, and customers, honestly. So I'll pause there and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Any questions from the board? Any questions? You've done an amazing job. It's been a while since I've had a chance to see Matt, and I always appreciate his perspective. So, Mistress McGatz, any particular color you want to put?
I think one of the very interesting aspects of this is that they have a sub 1% loss ratio. It's and over their 6 funds. This movement into the middle market again, where you see some of the most accretive deals, is especially attractive, specifically for a manager that has as many tools in their tool belt as Veritas does. It made for an extremely compelling opportunity, and we were really happy to. And my philosophy of doing franchises, not necessarily vintages, finding good long-term deal teams that could be accretive over long periods of time and have long-standing relationships. I feel like this is a natural fit for Wyoming as an organization.
Thank you, Matt, and good to see you, Mr. Treasurer. You're muted, Mr. Treasurer.
Nothing to add, Mr. Governor. I think that both Veritas and Matt are well positioned to put the state in a better position than we were. I just wish we had 100 more like those folks, 100 more Smagashas and 100 more folks that can find old football players to partner up with and make the state more, I guess, a more compelling reason to invest their funds with them. So, Mr. Wu, very, very nice to have met you. Good presentation. Gives us a good overview about what you guys have done and what you're planning on doing, and we're excited to be able to have the opportunity to proceed with a relationship.
Well, thank you very much. And again, we're very humbled, I think, by our relationship with our investors. And, obviously, as I said early on, kind of reputation is everything, especially when you're dealing with the government as your customer. So, again, very humbled by the, support we've received.
Patrick, anything to add?
Mr. Treasurer, no, that is fine, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we're just, as Matt said, the long-standing relationship is really what we're trying to do, and Matt has done a great job just working with funds like Veritas to try and build that long-standing relationship, which we hope we can continue on over the years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming, and I know that Ms. Spillman will make sure that we get every last drop of blood out of Mr. Wu.
I had the pleasure of spending some time in Wyoming last year, so it was great state.
Great. Well, thank you. So With that, what's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we adopt the recommendation of the Investment Funds Committee and the State Treasurer in that we select Veritas Capital Middle Market Fund LP as a manager of the state's private equity manager allocations conditioned upon successful contract negotiations and the board's approval of material terms.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor. Mr. Treasurer, I don't have you on my screen, so, oh, there you are.
There, back.
All right.
There we go.
That's a thumbs up. So thumbs up from the secretary and from the auditor and from the superintendent. That motion carries. Mr. Wu, congratulations and welcome to Wyoming's family of terrific investments.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you. So, Mr. Treasurer, I know we're at about 9:30. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah, I think we can. This is a good chance to, I guess, break and see whether or not the university folks are available, Mr. Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I thought I saw Professor Trike on just a little bit ago. I don't know if he has joined us.
I am on, if you can hear me.
I can hear you, yes.
All right, great. Let me, I'm unable to start video, so I'm blank on it, but I want to thank you, Governor Gordon and Treasurer Meyer and members of the board for hosting us. I was just going to give you a quick update on the operations of the student managed fund for the state, introduce some of the students that are on the call, and take questions if there are any. But again, thanks for hosting us. We didn't get to do this last year, and obviously for reasons that we're all aware of, yeah, it was tough, and we would be not truthful by saying it hasn't been difficult, especially from the standpoint of trying to manage capital in a classroom environment. When we suddenly went from being in the class to out of the class, on Zoom, some in class, some on Zoom, and we use Bloomberg as our main platform. Unfortunately, Bloomberg at first didn't work very well remotely, so that students had a hard time actually dialing into it. But I think we've made a lot of progress on that, and it's running fairly smoothly at this point. We're still both on in class and on Zoom at the same time. But I have to say, and this is why I would really enjoy the job, is this being exposed to the students has been, for me, it's been a lot of fun because they bring a unique perspective to the world. I mean, oftentimes, especially if you've been in the business for a long time, as I have, you kind of develop biases and calluses as it relates to investment operations. And it's oftentimes, it's a really good thing to have a fresh look on the world at large, which I think the students bring. So any event, just to give you a quick update, the capital that they're managing now for the state is just a little over 1.7 million. I think it was funded initially at 1 million years ago. Since I've come on board and we started managing funds for the state about September of 2016, they produced gains of about $813,000 on that capital, and they've returned capital to the state of about little over $331,000 as we take out the income and send it back to the state. So you know, they've done well. We manage two pools of capital. One pool of capital is provided by the state. The other pool of capital provided by the University of Wyoming Foundation, where I'm chief investment officer. But they're different. They're different pools. One has more. Well, one's a long-only fund designed specifically just to do. You know, it's more security analysis and valuation work, and that would be the state. And then, of course, the foundation fund is a little bit broader mandate, where it's run. We can short securities and runs with a large cash balance. But in any event, I think the thing that you can take away from the program is that, and I would think the students probably would agree with this, is that the experiential portion of the class, with the capital that the state is so generously provided, is really important. It's really important. So when the students come into my class, they bring with them lots of theory and lots of experience in terms of studying cost of capital, studying accounting, studying economics, and the theories that apply to that. But being able to use that in a real world setting where you're putting capital at risk, I think kind of ties the bow, so to speak. And so we run it pretty conservatively. I mean, position sizes are 1%. We don't size up positions, so it's not run in that fashion. That it's designed to make sure that there's always capital there, and hopefully capital to return to the state. But and like I said, I'm really proud of the students that are there. So on the call today with us, got Eric Esselmeyer. He hails to us from Jackson Hole. He's a senior. He was president of the Financial Management Association, so he's been very active. Just a great student. Love having him in class. Eric, I don't know if they've got you turned on, but if you want to say hello or introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Hi, my name's Eric Elsmeyer. As Professor Trex said, I'm from Jacksonville, Wyoming, and this is my second time in Professor Trex's class.
Great, thanks, Eric. We also have a student joining us today from, I think, Santiago, Chile, Jose Carlos Villarreal Tovar. And he is an international student that came to our program through a relationship we have with a university in Germany. And just again, a great student. He brings some unique perspectives. He's done this class entirely through Zoom. And I've really enjoyed having him as well. So Jose, if you want to say hello and talk about yourself, that'd be great.
Hi everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to the meeting. I'm currently right now in Chile. I'm an international student from the University of Pforzheim in Germany. And I'm very amazed of the university's program in University of Wyoming. I'm very happy to be part of it because I am an international student. I can compare the German system versus the University of Wyoming system, and I see that the University of Wyoming has a very good system because it's more learning by doing, something that we in Germany we don't have, because in Germany is everything theoretical. But once it becomes reality, normally things in the real world, in the world of finance, they don't end up like they said in the books. That's why I found this class very, very good, because you learn by doing, you learn by analyzing markets, you learn everything by doing it, and you don't only learn about the markets, but about your classmates and your professors, which brings, I think, an amazing experience, and I think a unique experience. I wish that my university in Germany should have a program like that. We research for everything from a community super cycle, so this new super cycle in communities that is creating the markets, for example, copper. That is a very interesting subject that I'm researching right now, because where I'm now, Chile is one of the biggest copper producers in the world, and simply stated, decarbonization is bullish for metals. So the growth in electromobility industry and green energy demands more copper. For example, to give you a very good example, internal combustion engine from cars, vehicles needs 23 kilograms of copper in comparison to 60 to 85 kilograms in electric vehicles like Tesla. And if you have electric buses, you need from 200 to 370 kilograms of copper for only one bus. That means that right now in this new demand that the market is having in the future, the commodities will have a lot of growth. Something that I learned in doing research with my classmates and the professor, and I'm very happy to be a part of it. I think green energies are going to play, for example, a a very big play as an important role in this commodity cycle, super cycle that we are entering right now, and analyzing like a lot of companies that some are based in Chile, some are based in USA, like Fremont McMoran, Antofagasta PLC, that is the biggest owner of the biggest mine in Chile. I was amazed of learning everything about the subject, and like learning by doing for me is something great, something new. I'm really happy to be part of it and keep working in this class. And thank you very much for supporting this kind of activities.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jose. Just a couple more real quick. We've got Bethany Raver who's on the line. I was masquerading as Bethany earlier in the call, as for those of you that were on really early would know. But Bethany, if you want to introduce yourself. Bethany comes to us from Casper. Grew up in China, however, just a great student. I've had her for a couple of semesters, and she has an idea in the portfolio, Dell Computer, which, by the way, she's going to work for Dell upon graduation. So we're really happy for her. So Bethany.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Trike. So my name is Bethany, and I'm a senior this year, graduating in May, working for Dell afterwards. I'm double majoring in marketing and finance. So I would like to talk to you a little bit about Dell. Because of personal interest, of course, here, I started looking into Dell more to suggest this to the portfolios of a state and foundation, and looking through their cash on cash returns, where with inventory, you got account payable and accounts receivable, and looking into their future estimates in revenue and net income, we come with a cash on cash return last year in November of 9%. So that's a really good number. And we also look at analyst recommendations, what other people are saying about Dell, and looking at their company history. So interesting thing is that they went public in 1988 and went private in 2013 because they want to do a business reconstruction to their strategy to become more competitive with the computer peripheral industry. And then they went public again in 2018. And we also looked at some of their returns, for sure, their EPS, their past price streak, and their margins. So looking over all those analysis and different ways that we measure a company or evaluate a company. So we made the decision to purchase some stocks last, I think, end of November, and I'm really happy to see the return of 33% as of right now. Today, their stock price at 91.50 almost. So very happy with the recommendation, and very happy that I will be joining Dell this summer to start my sales career with them. Yeah, as Professor Trek said before, I'm originally from China, so I've been living in the United States for 10 years, and very happy with where I'm at, and very happy with the class because we are really learning real world experience in the real world. So thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. I mean, I would just say to everyone on the call, Michael Dell better be ready because he's got Bethany coming to town. So that's great. One of the strategies that we've pursued, especially in the foundation side, not on the state side, due to the size of the companies, are investing in SPACs that are trading below their treasury values, their trust values. One of the students that's done a lot of work there is Garrett Baker, who hails to us from Gillette. So I would introduce Garrett just to talk briefly about that strategy, and in the foundation account we run with a lot of cash, so it's really a cash replacement strategy. Instead of investing, or keeping the money in cash, earning nothing, we've been buying these below trust to try to create yield. So Garrett, tell us a little bit about it.
Thank you, Professor Trike, and thank you for to the board for having us here today. As it's been said here by Professor Trike, we are a conservative fund, so we do carry a large amount of cash in our positions. So in order to create a cash replacement process, we have been trading in SPACs that trade at a trust value of $10. And then there are such a thing as SPAC units that trade with underlying equity and a warrant that combines together to create a unit. And these units during this current downturn in the SPAC market have been found to be trading under the trust value of $10. If we were able to purchase them under $10, the yield in difference between whatever we purchase them, say $9.80 for example, all the way up back to their trust value at $10, allows us to create a yield on our cash that outperforms the duration treasury yields. And then it implicitly values the warrant at 0 as well if it is trading under $10. So this just allows us again to create a yield on our cash that would otherwise be sitting there creating nothing for us, that is far greater than the yield you would see from treasuries.
Thanks, Garrett. So Garrett wants to go into investment banking, possibly working at hedge funds. And so I've told him, and he's getting up to speed on, but if he can understand the warrant side of these SPACs, he'll probably land a spot, probably on a trading desk for a hedge fund, because there does seem to be a pricing mechanism here that you can use to your advantage. And so we're attempting to do that. We've got a couple more students, just real brief, and I know we don't have a lot of time allocated, but we've got Colton is on the line as well. Colton's done some work on a recent merger between Goodyear and Cooper. It hasn't actually merged yet. It's an announced merger that he brought to our attention. That's kind of interesting. So Colton, just real briefly, give us an idea on that and tell everyone where you're from.
Sure, thank you. So my name is Colton Sowards, and I'm from Burns, Wyoming, and I'm studying ag business with a minor in finance. So as he said, I'm working on a merger between Goodyear and Cooper. So Goodyear is currently the largest tire manufacturer in North America, and Cooper is the 5th. So we have two main big companies here that will really increase the U.S. exposure to the global tire markets. Let's see. So the deal has been approved by both boards, but it won't be happening until the second half of 2021. And combined revenues between the two companies is expected to be 17.4 billion. And this merger will actually create savings for both companies of about 165 million, as well as tax savings. So let's see. Well, it's actually pretty interesting because during a merger, most of the time, the company that's making the purchase, their stock price declines, while the company being purchased, their stock increases. However, in this case, both prices increased, which proves that this merger is going to be beneficial for both companies. And so we're going to continue to monitor the price of both companies and hope that we can move it into a range that will warrant a profitable purchase.
Thank you. Thank you, Colton. So I think the one thing that Colton described there is interesting is the fact that both of the stock prices went up upon merger announcement. Colton presented it, and we do use a evaluation model that can punish initial change. So we're hoping that it comes back into a point where we can initiate a position, and I believe it will on any kind of market weakness. I think we'll get that chance, but it was good analysis on Colton's part, so I appreciate that. Last but not least, we've got Cole Burbank on the phone. Cole is what I call my quiet student. He is what we need in every class. We need some accountants, we need some people that understand statistics, and we need some risk takers. And Colton is our statistic guy. So Colton, go ahead and introduce yourself, and or not Colton, I'm sorry, Cole, and let us know where you hail from, and that will pretty much wrap us up.
Hi, I'm Cole Burbank, and I am from Meeteetse, Wyoming.
Love it, Meeteetse, Bighorn Basin. There you go. So Patrick, really appreciate you helping us, in the process of getting this put together. And if there's any questions for the students or myself, we are at your disposal.
Thank you, Professor. That's a very impressive lineup. Patrick, did you have anything you wanted to?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, being in Philip's position years ago and working with you, I just think that the students are so lucky to have someone with Philip's background and being able to understand, the various aspects and working with the endowment, which just added another layer and enabling the students to learn how to short. It just is a great experience to be able to do so. So I just wanted to reiterate how lucky we are to have Philip and everyone working with our students at UW. So thank you.
That's very kind of you, Patrick. Thank you. I didn't mention that, but actually, that account with the shorts, the students came up with some really interesting short ideas. Obviously during the COVID period, but they protected capital really well, and that turned out to be very profitable for the portfolios. So anyway, thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Professor. Thanks, students. Mr. Treasurer, I wanted to offer a chance for anybody who wanted to have a question, but this is your matter. So.
Well, thank you, Governor. I think it's a great program that the UW has, and the students really appreciate the hands-on aspect of it, and that's, I think, something really kind of unique to Wyoming. And Professor, we thank you for the job that you're doing, educating these individuals. And I know that that WRS, and from time to time, our shop over here, will probably reach out and tap you on the shoulder and see if there's anybody that might be looking for a job a little closer to home. So. But we do appreciate the work you're doing with those folks, and growing some talent right here in Wyoming that can really help Wyoming and offer these ladies and gentlemen a very rewarding career.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Superintendent, anything? Mr. Secretary, Madam Auditor. Well, Professor, thanks for the students coming on. It's nice to have them explain their ideas. They come through. It just shows the range of investment opportunities out there, and what a stimulating group of young students. It must be a fascinating conversation when you're looking at portfolio ideas.
It's great. Thank you, Governor Gordon.
All right. Well, thanks and good luck to everyone. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Governor, I think we'll finish up the Veritas on number 4. That is the approval of the material terms. And Patrick, do you want to go over those in E4? Or would that be?
Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Chairman, yeah. Lisa normally does the material terms.
Lisa will do that. Yeah. Apologize.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, and the rest of the board. I have Matt Smagosh also available to answer any questions of the board. We did provide the material terms in advance, of course, with the board matter. As you know, the state board is required to approve material terms of alternative investments. We have provided this document over to Jackson Walker, and Jackson Walker provided feedback back to us that the LPA is pretty investor friendly. So that was nice to hear from Jackson Walker, our external investment due diligence counsel. So if the board would like, I'm happy to walk through the material terms page by page. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer questions, whatever you would like, Mr. Chairman.
Lisa, I think if you can just highlight the page by page, really just very quickly, that would be helpful.
Okay. So as Patrick mentioned earlier, the commitment amount is $50 million. The management fee is 2% during the investment period, 2% of the aggregate commitment. After the investment period, 2% of the net, with a 20% performance fee. In the event the cumulative distributions of proceeds is less than 2.5 times the multiple, and 25% if it's at least 2.5. Going down to page 2, they described in pretty good detail the focus of their business on businesses within the target industries that require an investment in the platform of less than 250 million. The term, it's 10 years after the final closing date, subject to 2 consecutive 1-year extensions. The distributions are covered here on page 2, 100% to the limited partner until they receive a return under those circumstances, then 100% to the general until the general partner receives, and then 80% to the limited and 20% to the general. There are key persons events for various folks on the team. Default provisions. If a limited partner fails to fund a portion, these are standard default provisions in agreements such as these. They have 5 days upon receipt, and then the general partner can institute those remedies. The state has limited liability, as we have in all of our agreements. Leverage is permitted, which is permitted under the investment policy statements as well. The right to recall distributions, any amount. This is a very long provision, but there is a right to recall distributions under very specific circumstances. Generally, the limited partner may not withdraw their funds. This is transfer state interest, but they are permitted to do so by the general partner. There are disclosure requirements and transparency in reporting. They will provide to us within 45 days of the end of the quarter on unaudited financial reports, a narrative description of the material developments, and they will provide us annually within 90 days after the fund's fiscal year a narrative description of the material developments and an audited financial report. They will hold an annual meeting and provide us notice. They have good faith and fair dealing provisions which are required. They'll avoid conflicts of interest, which is also another one of our investment policy and requirements of our AG's office contracts. They have an advisory board. They have agreed with respect to a most favored nation status. The exculpation provisions are very similar to the indemnification provisions. They agree that the fund will not be required to directly indemnify, the state will not be required to directly indemnify the fund, and have agreed to standard insurance requirements of the state AG's office. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Philman. I do have a question on page 3. It refers to a preferred return. What does that what does that mean?
Matt Smagosh, could you provide the governor some color on that?
We are talking about the ratcheted carry, aren't we?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So the important thing here is in the event that they return a greater than 2.5 times multiple on the investment, which is by all, that would be an incredible return for us. They would receive 25% of the carry versus underneath that 2.5 times, it would be a standard 20% carry. So basically, it's an incentivization for basically top decile performance. While it is unusual, I don't really think. I mean, when you're looking at it on a net basis, that seems that's totally fine generally, because you're talking about probably an IRR in the mid-20s.
Okay.
Mhm.
Um,
On a net basis.
okay. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. And I guess the other two questions. Jurisdiction, where is our jurisdiction?
Oh, I apologize if that's not on this document. They've agreed for the jurisdiction of the, oh, that must have, there we go. I apologize. I skipped the last few pages. Sovereign immunity, they've agreed to our sovereign immunity provisions. There are no arbitration requirements in the fund. They've agreed to the exclusive jurisdiction of Wyoming federal courts with respect to all legal proceedings instituted solely against the state by the general partner. They do have investment in the fund of at least $50 million. And they've agreed with respect to sovereign immunity that that will be interpreted under Wyoming law.
Okay. Okay. And is there an advisory board position? Are we on the advisory board?
There is an advisory board. Matt, do you have information on whether or not Wyoming has been permitted a seat on the board?
I have no information on that at this moment.
Okay. Thank you. Let me turn that to Mr. Secretary. Any questions? Madam Auditor? Superintendent? Mr. Treasurer, any other questions or thoughts or?
No, I just think, Mr. Chairman, the performance of this fund has been extraordinary. You know, the fees, they are what they are, but if you look, I guess the net after fees that we expect with this transaction and with these folks, I think is going to be very positive for the state.
Okay. Okay. Matt, coming back to that preferred return amount, what generally, what is that number for Wyoming? What will we get?
Well, in that case, on a 2.5, we would receive 2.5 times our money net. So you'd be getting 125 million back for your 50 million that you put in.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
Orange.
And while we're waiting for that, just one last question, and maybe this is Matt or maybe Treasurer Meyer. Just how large an investor are we related to others in this fund?
We're a $50 million investment on a $1.25 billion fund. So in relation to other institutional investors, we're probably pretty proportional. And that's a, I mean, as the crow flies, you're talking about, it's a larger position to be sure, but it's, we're not, it's not like we're 20% of a fund.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Auditor, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the treasurer's recommendation that we approve the material terms of the state's private equity investment in the Veritas Capital Middle Market Fund.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I have a thumbs up from the treasurer, from the auditor, from the superintendent, from the secretary. And so that motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Treasurer. And thanks Lisa and Matt and others for their work on this.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we'll go to the state investments asset allocation changes at this time and leave the large project loan for the last matter as it is in the in our agenda. So we'll go back to D2.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, we have had a working group on this. I think everybody's fairly aware on that. I believe we have RVK here that could do a summary if you feel that would be good to refresh everyone's memory, Mr. Chairman.
That we can leave up to the members of the board. If there's a very quick overview, I'm fine, but we did spend a better part of a day going through this, and I really appreciated Josh and Becky's having helped us with that. Mr. Treasurer, yours and the investment funds committee's expertise was also incredibly valuable.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let's have a quick overview. I think there's some public members that are here today that weren't available, although they were invited in the working session. Just for transparency, we probably should have a quick overview by RVK so people kind of understand where we're going, understand that there is a bit more risk involved with this asset allocation over the previous one, and kind of the general crux of the asset allocation is more or less substitution from underperforming asset classes to asset classes, though just slightly riskier, has quite a lot better yield in producing return in income. So just kind of a brief, I think, not so much brief, but an overview by Josh or by Patrick, whomever wants to take the ball and run with it.
Very good. Go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Great to see you. I'll take your comments to heart and provide a relatively brief overview here, given the time that we have spent on this in working session. But please, if there's questions or something you'd like us to spend more time on, please let us know. Also, just wanted to acknowledge our CEO, Becky Gratzinger, who I know you all know as well, is with me. And always a pleasure to have the opportunity for me personally to work with Becky. So thank you, Becky, for joining us. Lisa, if we can go to page 5 real quick I'm just going to touch a brief recap on our capital markets assumptions, and then I'll summarize the recommended changes. What you can see here on page 5, focus on the bottom half of this page. As we've discussed, I think at some length, the policy response to the pandemic has been a very significant level of monetary policy and fiscal policy in a coordinated fashion. And while that's been very, very good for capital market returns, it hasn't been good for our projections for future returns, because it leaves us with a current set of conditions that's characterized by low yields, low spreads on spread products, and high prices across almost all asset types. And what that leads us to when we go through the math to forecast future long-term returns is a set of long-term return assumptions that, as you can see in the bottom half of the page here, that are as low as they have been in our entire history as a firm of doing this work for each of these asset classes. On the next page, putting that into some context, on page 6, relative to the objectives, particularly for the permanent funds, where you've got goals of intergenerational equity, So we've got a long-term return objective that is tied to a spending policy plus inflation. And with spending policies in the 5% range and our assumption for inflation here at 2%, we've really got to be thinking about returns north of 7% for the permanent funds as a rough approximation. And there's only one asset class on the list here that even gets there on an expected compound return basis. That's emerging markets equities. Private equity and international developed markets are in the low to mid sixes. In the middle of the page, you can see that US equities are so expensive that on a compound basis, we're projecting sub 5% returns for both small and large cap. And the biggest challenge we all face as investors is the low yield environment for traditional fixed income. You can see here on aggregate core bonds, a projected compound return that's actually just under 2%. And with bonds, the math is much easier, it's much more predictable because the starting yield tends to correlate very strongly to the returns that you receive. So that, as a little bit of backdrop, is the challenge that we face. We had a very robust discussion with the IFC to arrive at the recommended changes to the strategic policy targets. We had, as you all know, and participated in a full day to walk through some of this already. One thing I did want to, before we get into the specific recommendations, Lisa, if we could go to page 29 of our presentation. I did want to take a moment here to look back to the process last year and the changes that the board approved, and give you a little bit of a scorecard in terms of how those changes you made last year have worked out. The short answer is they worked out extremely well, but just to put some, to kind of refresh on the changes you approved last year, as you can see on page 29 in our report, they were relatively small changes last year, but the main one was within the permanent funds, decreasing fixed income and increasing international equities. And that seemed like last year the most obvious thing that made sense to do. And you might remember that was decision making that happened with a lot more uncertainty around the sort of timing of vaccines and the path of the virus. But pretty much at the start of the fiscal year last year, you had 4% more in international equities and 4% less in core bonds on the total return focused funds, and 2% of the same in the income focused funds. From July 1st to April 7th, which is yesterday, so your current fiscal year to date, the return difference, just looking at benchmarks, international equities are up 31%, and the Barclays Aggregate Bond Index is down 1.8%. So that's a very significant and material return difference. You think about 4% of the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund starting at the fiscal year, that started north of $7 billion. 4% of that's about $313 million. So for every dollar, that little change you made last year resulted in about a 33% total return difference on a fairly decent chunk of the portfolio. So, that worked out really well. Of course, in the short term, there's always some luck that goes with that. But, when you have those wins, I think you want to make sure to take a moment to appreciate them. The recommendations this time we do have are a little bit more meaningful, and they're largely driven by the challenge we all face of very low returns from traditional fixed income, as those yields have gone lower and lower and are so much farther from the the return objectives that we have, it becomes harder and harder to have a disproportionate amount of the portfolio or much of the portfolio at all in traditional fixed income. So the answer from our perspective is not necessarily to just go out and indiscriminately add a bunch of risk, but really looking for where are some places where we can either taking advantage of illiquidity or some other feature, find other sources of income that has some predictability to it, some reliability to it, and will be, from a total return perspective, pretty high probability of giving us a better return than the core bonds that we're reducing. So we looked at some new asset classes this time. Private credit is one. Private infrastructure would be another. Both of those are highly focused on income generation. But one of the trade-offs that you're making there is less liquid investment structures. We looked at as well all of the other asset categories that you invest in. And through this process of the work with the IFC and through the working group session, what we have for you is a series of recommendations. And I'm just going to briefly touch on the permanent mineral trust fund, or the total return focused funds. Lisa, if we could move forward 3 pages to page 32. Page 32 here summarizes the changes for the total return focused funds. And as I've indicated, the big change is a reduction in core fixed income. We're not suggesting adding anything to public market equities at this point, but you do see an increase in private equity. So more of what you heard today from Veritas example would be a good example of that. 5% of this is going to just a different form of fixed income, which is private credit. 2% going to private infrastructure, a little bit more to real estate, and a little bit more to your hedge fund portfolio. The net result of that is it does increase risk a little bit, but also increases expected return. On a compound basis, we expect that to increase the expected return by about 0.5% per year, 56 basis points up to 5.79 here. It does improve the yield a bit as we're moving from very low yielding bonds to some higher income generating assets. And it's really important to look at the downside risk through a more robust tool that we use to analyze, from our perspective, what is a more realistic view of equity market downside risk in particular. And this is just looking through a Monte Carlo simulation so running thousands of scenarios and sort of looking at, what are some of the worst scenarios that come out of that on a short-term basis. So the way that you interpret this first percentile 1-year return on a 1-year basis, basically this is sort of the return level where there's a 99% probability that it's better than this. So it's kind of a way to think about not exactly true worst case, but pretty close to it. And for the current policy, that comes out at about a negative 20.4%. For the new policy, that comes out at about a negative 21.4%. The counterbalance to that is the sort of 50th percentile, or sort of more middle of the pack expected return over a longer time period, in this case 10 years, and improves that again by about a little bit more than 0.5%, 5.4 to 6.1. So this seems like a pretty reasonable trade-off from our perspective. We are giving up a little bit of liquidity to do that, but staying well within levels that are reasonable and very similar to what you see across many peer institutions. We can see what that looks like graphically on page 33. The green line is the efficient frontier that comes out of this modeling process. And you can see the current policy here in green, the proposed policy. We do move up the efficient frontier a bit, very close to portfolio 7. And we've also added in this reference portfolio here. I believe we've talked about the legislation that removes the old 55 or now 70% hard cap on anything that's considered equities and replacing it with a risk metric that is equivalent to approximately 70% in global equities, 30% in investment grade US bonds. And you can see that the proposed portfolio is, number one, much more efficient than simple 70-30 because of its diversification, but still well below the risk level that we would expect for 70% public equities. In the interest of time, I'm not going to ask you to go through all of the different portfolios, but we do summarize the changes for all of the portfolios further back in the deck. Lisa, I believe that is on page 58. Directionally, the changes are quite similar. But as you can see here on page 58, we've got similar changes for the income fund, even more coming out of core fixed income here. We don't have private equity in the income funds because of their need for income. And this change is pretty significant, but the unfortunate reality is it's becoming a little bit inconsistent to have an income focus and have this much money in traditional fixed income. So that's really sort of driving a lot of the search for income in other places like private credit and in infrastructure, as you can see here. Some more modest changes to Pool A, but similar in their direction and nature. And on the workers' comp fund, the work that you've done to immunize the liabilities with liability hedging fixed income has served the workers' comp fund very well through the decline in yields over the past year. The funded status here at the last valuation report we reviewed, which was June 30th, approximately 168% funded. So that allows you to move down the hedging assets a bit more. But you can also see we're not increasing equities necessarily. In fact, for workers' comp, we're decreasing equities and replacing both long bonds and equities with some of these more sort of hybrid type income producing assets. So that's the summary of the changes. And then on page 59, we wanted to provide you just a little bit of perspective of where that moves you to in the landscape of U.S. State-based permanent funds. And keep in mind, all of the usual caveats apply here. We know each of these states has a unique sort of set of constitutional and statutory guidelines, and as does Wyoming. So that creates a lot of the differences that you see here. But they all do have some commonality in terms of their purpose and long-term objectives. And for the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, what you see over down here in the blue box is the current policy. And then over here, the green box, PMTF proposed. You can see where that brings you. That brings you pretty much in line with, if not still a little bit on the conservative end of the grouping of funds here that I would sort of suggest are the sort of leading funds in terms of their exposure to risk assets and diversification. Common School, because it has the income focused needs that it does have, has historically had a lower exposure to risk assets. And you can see where the old current policy is, and then where the proposed policy takes us is still on the right half of the page, meaning still on the lower end of the spectrum, total exposure to riskier assets. But importantly, the expected yield actually goes up, even though we're reducing fixed income. The yield does, expected yield does go up in this case. The last thing I wanted to touch on before we finalize our comments here and turn it over to your questions is on page 61. I do want to spend a minute talking about implementation and transition. This is a fairly significant transition if approved, and it probably takes to do it well multiple years to fully implement. We suspect this is probably about a 3-year process to fully implement, especially with the increased exposure to some of the private assets that by their nature, to do it well, you can't just go out and dump a bunch of money. You want to find good managers. You want to only have those managers call capital when they have good investments to make. And that process just will take some time to implement. In the meantime, we probably don't want to hang out for the next 3 years owning a lot of core bond exposure where you've got a duration on the act today of about 6 years and a yield that's closer to 2. That's a fairly poor risk return proposition. And so we've got a little bit of work to do to finalize what that transition plan looks like, but some things that we're looking at. To some extent, you can use some liquid proxies for these private markets, and that may be part of the solution, but that does come with some drawbacks. Those liquid proxies can be quite volatile in the short term, and we want to remain very mindful of downside risk as we go through this process. We will probably look at some shorter duration, higher income fixed income strategies as a potential bridge to some of the increases in illiquid exposures. Bottom line perspective we just want to share with you here on this is we want to be careful and thoughtful about this implementation. At the June Slib meeting, we do plan to present you with the investment policy edits that would formalize the asset allocation changes in your policies. And we'll also want to take a look at the policies and make sure that we have language in the policies around things like interim periods, interim targets, a multi-year transition approach to get to the new target. We want to make sure that the policy allows that to happen in a thoughtful way. And we will need most likely a little bit of consideration around benchmarking as we establish a transition plan. We don't want to force the investment staff to be benchmarked against the new policy target right away when they realistically can't or practically really shouldn't be moving to the new policy target immediately. So there is more to come on this. There's more work to be done. We've started and made some good progress on some discussion around some potential ideas for that transition, and we'll plan to present more detail on that to you as we present the investment policy edits in June. Thank you again for the time on this and the opportunity to recap. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board has.
Thanks, Josh. Nicely done. Mr. Treasurer, any other color you want to add?
No, I think that was a good recap. It went into the implementation and transition, which is a big part of this. Essentially, a lot of these are areas where we have less liquidity, and so it takes longer to get out of them, and to do it right, it takes longer to get into them. And that's essentially the process that we're going to be moving toward. It took Matt quite a while to find Veritas and get them interested in doing business with Wyoming, and so it will take a while to to get the top tier people, but it's worth taking the time to get the best managers working for Wyoming rather than just dumping money into the mid quartile and getting mediocre returns. So we'll take our time and do it right, Mr. Chairman.
Gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, Superintendent, Auditor, any questions? Thanks, Josh. One question I had, and I think I don't even know how you fix this, but when you line us up with peers and we look at the Common School and the PMTF, a lot of the peers look to me like, and I just don't know what their process is, but it looks to me like a lot of the peers are more aligned with what the PMTF would be just in their sort of approach and policy, et cetera. I don't know if there are peers that are trying to do the same thing that we are trying to do with Common School.
Mr. Chairman, that's an excellent question. And one we've spent a lot of time looking at and talking about over the years. And as you know, the Common School and the other income-focused funds are positioned the way they are because of their not just their higher guaranteed spending levels, but also because of the way that all of the permanent funds in Wyoming have a couple of unique constraints in terms of at various places, for Common School in particular, various places in the Wyoming Constitution and even the active admission. And credit to Lisa Jury-Spillman in the Treasurer's Office. I know she's done a lot of research on this and sort of helped sort of pull out where this is in your different governing documents. But lots of references to things like only income shall be distributed. And that, as you know, when corpus has to remain permanent and only income can be distributed, that's very much kind of a 19th century view of finance when some of those documents were written, and really doesn't work very well in a modern investment portfolio. Some states have gone to the effort to go before the U.S. Congress to change their Enabling Act or active admission and to simultaneously make adjustments to their state constitution, and to the extent that there's statutes that come into play, adjust those as well. I would maybe highlight Oklahoma is one. I believe Oklahoma has kind of a similar sort of income challenge and constitutional restrictions that the common that we're dealing with the Common School Permanent Land Fund. And then on the flip side of that, I would maybe highlight Utah as an example of a state where they have gone through that process to make some of those amendments to the Constitution and to their Enabling Act to allow a more flexible and more total return approach to meet their investment objectives. So, yeah, this is a big and important topic. We would love nothing more than to continue to see and participate in helping in any way that we can, moving some of these barriers out of the way, because as we talked about with some of those long-term return forecasts, the job of getting intergenerational equity is hard enough if you're only dealing with market challenges. When you layer on some of these policy challenges that just make the degree of difficulty that much more challenging, it just makes it that much harder to do what you need to do here. So,
yeah, well, thanks. And I guess my point was for those who just take a quick look at it, they'd say, well, why are you doing it that? Why aren't you doing the other? And for all the reasons you mentioned, I just was trying to figure out if there were some that had asset allocations that were more attuned to that. But I thank you very much for your work on this. And Becky, very good to see you. Mr. Treasurer, do you want to move the asset allocation?
Mr. Chairman, we can, I suppose we can have, we've got the recommends to ask for each of the state funds as indicated in the attached proposed allocations. That, I guess that's a one motion, I think there allows us to approve all of them, or do you want to go in by each one and approve each one, Mr. Chairman?
What is your pleasure? I think we worked this pretty carefully in the work session. And
yeah, I guess absent no objections, I'd recommend just a single motion for all the allocations, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Okay, very good. All in favor signify with the thumbs up or an eye. It looks like a thumbs up from the auditor, the secretary, the superintendent, and the treasurer. Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for all your work on that. Thank you, Becky and Josh, and I guess my thanks to the Investment Funds Committee as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, ditto on all of your thanks. It was a great team effort, and I thank the legislature and on their support of the reference portfolio as well as you, Governor. It gives us some flexibility. I think not as much as if we had constitutional changes, but does allow some movement into the next millennium from the old days, I guess.
Sounds terrific.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Treasurer, Josh, thank you. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I just said thank you very much. It's always a privilege and a pleasure to speak with you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, Mr. Treasurer, next matter, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I know that we have quite a few people from Atlas Carbon that want to address these matters. We had spent a great deal of time on this because the original note was on this matter actually expired in March of this year, and there's been quite a little bit of change. I think the original note necessarily was to build a plant and more of a prototype and to start getting production. The project has matured quite a little bit, and so I think there's a lot of discussion that we need to have as far as how we move from here and go forward. If you recall, we had quite a bit of change in the scope. We went to more of an unrestricted loan for up to 20% of the original loan, which is roughly $3 million. There's about, as we understand today, there's about $700,000 left on that $3 million draw, and we're trying to figure out how to move forward. There's a couple of recommendations that both the company have and the Treasurer's Office has. Difference in the amount of money, the scope, and the time periods. And so I think we'll have discussions about that. And the treasurer's office may modify part of their recommendations that we've been working on that we have today. But would you want us to give our recommendations? Do you want to hear from the folks from Atlas Carbon? I think they've got a interesting and in many ways a successful story to tell.
Mr. Treasurer, I think that is entirely up to you. I know that the superintendent and I were involved in the original agreements with Atlas Carbon. I don't remember if Mr. Secretary was. It is good to see Frank Levy, who we dealt with, but I know the company's gone through some changes, so it might be wise to just have a quick kind of review of where we started and where we came.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let's go ahead and turn it over to Atlas Carbon. I think they can tell their own story. I think I gave kind of a brief synopsis of kind of where we're at, where we're jumping off today, and our challenges before us. I think is to figure out where we go. There's roughly somewhere between $5 and $6 million left in the original balance of the loan. And so we got a little, we'll have a recommendation as far as the scope, I think, as we go forward. They may be a little different than the Atlas Carbon people, but I'll let Frank have the floor and let him tell his story. And you're on, Frank.
Thank you, Treasurer. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all again. I wish it could be in person rather than Zoom, but pretty soon, let's hope, pretty soon. I did prepare a little opening remarks that I'd like to make to you all and understand what's going on and bring you up to date. Thank you so much for taking the time and thank you for the trust and support y'all have honored me and Atlas Carbon with over the years. We've now been operating for 6 years and are proud to be part of the Campbell County, Wyoming business community and look forward to many productive years to come in the area. I must say, except for the winter weather, there's not a place I've ever seen with better and more supportive business environment. It's really been a pleasure working with the people of Wyoming from the top all the way down. We came to Wyoming with a plan of implementing our new technology utilizing PRB coal as feedstock to make activated carbon. It's not been an easy road, but thanks to a lot of hard work and support from Atlas's investors, me personally, the state through the large loan program, and the local community, we have crossed the line and transitioned from an R&D company to a real commercialization production company. I can't express my appreciation enough for the support of the state through this large loan program. Thank you again. We started with the focus. The activated carbon was for removal of mercury from emissions in coal-fired power generation. As the war on coal has reduced the outlook for this application, we've pivoted and moved that focus to the water industry, and I'm happy to report our sales volume is now larger in the water market than emissions. There's still a good 10 to 15 years, or hopefully more, left for coal-fired power generation in this country. So we're not giving up. And nice thing is internationally, coal-fired power generation continues in force throughout the world, really, except for the United States and Western Europe. I'm pleased to report that Atlas's sales were up substantially since this board approved our requests last year. 2020 third quarter was up 62% compared to the year before. Fourth quarter up 49, and then in 2020, our first quarter sales have more than doubled in 2021 than in our 2020 first quarter. With this increase in water-related business sales, it's more of a seasonal business, with the warmer months seeing the bulk of the volume. We're now busy building inventory for this onslaught of business coming. And we have over $5.2 million of signed contracts and recurring business, and expect to continue to grow this substantially. Atlas needs access to working capital funds to pay for this inventory build and finance the resulting receivables. Unfortunately, our largest customer, City of Chicago, takes 60 days to pay, and it's like pulling teeth to get it out of them in 60 days. You can imagine what it's like trying to deal with a place like City of Chicago. We continue to pursue all targets and identified over $17 million in our pipeline, and it's growing. Again, thank you, because this could not have been accomplished without the funds made available by this board last year to help us in our sales efforts. Other exciting part of sales for Atlas, we've had many requests to come up with an alternative to halogen-based mercury capture. This is something particularly with the two local power plants there in Gillette. And I'm happy to say we've successfully come up with a halogen-free solution for mercury control. Halogens are the salts that are added to coal or activated carbon to oxidize the mercury in order to capture it more efficiently. Our new product, Atlas Orb, has proven to keep power plants in compliance without the use of halogens, and that means without the corrosion and additional maintenance costs that come with when you think about oxidizing near steel and other things that can get all the corrosion. We are extremely excited about the prospects for this product throughout the country and actually worldwide. This patent pending product gives Atlas another avenue of generating sales with much higher margins, as it's not a commodity product. Again, this whole development, thank you again for your support, and which it couldn't have been done without y'all's in approving this last year. I've planned for growth and expansion. For that reason, I brought in two great companies to assist me, Polaris Asset Corporation and Wood PLC. Maybe many of you have known it as Wood Group, but we're very excited about working with these companies. Polaris has been instrumental in assisting me in preparing the company for additional capital raise in order to achieve the growth goals I'm envisioning. This is both in the United States as well as internationally, with licensing our flash calciner technology and Atlas Orb products. To further accomplish these goals, we've partnered with Wood, a multinational $10 billion engineering firm that operates in 50 countries around the world. Wood is designing our second generation plant to help further optimize our Gillette operation, and their asset management division, based out of Sheridan, Wyoming, took over the operations of the Gillette plant on October 1st, 2020, to bring their substantial resources to help improve Atlas's showcase facility in all respects. Atlas continues to own the plant and make all strategic decisions with the assistance of both Wood divisions we are working with. Atlas will make careful and well thought out decisions as to further capital additions to the plant. That's why we're asking the Slib to extend the ending date of the contract for a full 2 years or more if possible. We do not want to be rushed into making rash decisions in order to get the requests in before the deadline. I also want to take this opportunity to remind the board that it took almost 2 years after Slib approved our loan originally to get it closed. It was a brand new program for the state, and it took a lot of time for everybody to get it together. We're also very happy to have access to Wood's safety preventive maintenance programs, and many other programs that just wouldn't be available to a company of our size. Specifically, Wood's advanced preventive maintenance program, along with robotic technology that they're initiating at the Gillette plant, will result in more proactive handling of potential mechanical problems at the plant, resulting in improved runtime, lower repair and maintenance costs, and protecting the state's collateral base. They are optimizing the plant's equipment, process, and operation, which is resulting in higher yield, less downtime, and more production. With Polaris's vast experience in licensing arena and Wood's engineering and operating expertise, Atlas is creating a team that will have the ability to market its technologies worldwide and offer an EPC not only to build the plant, but also operate it for potential licensees. This is a critical advantage when it comes to the future of our technologies licensing, providing turnkey solutions to the customers, okay, in the US and around the world. It's also Atlas's intention to utilize Wood for production of our new product, Atlas Orb, in the US and around the world again, while maintaining the integrity of our intellectual property. With Polaris's connections around the world, Wood's presence on the ground, and Atlas's technology, we're creating a perfect recipe for success. Again, it was this board's trust in Atlas last year with the addition of working capital funds that made this possible. What we're asking of this board is well thought out, and our partners are aware of the request. That is why I've asked Polaris CEO Reza Hashimpur, Wood Senior Vice President Steve Conway, and Wood's Vice President Nick Pearson to be on this call with me, and if allowed, to say a few words, and they are available to answer any of your questions. Two of the requests Atlas is asking for approval from Slib are continuation of the 2% interest rate and continued deferment of principal payments until 2023. At this critical time, it is of utmost importance that Atlas preserve as much cash as possible to successfully achieve our goals of growth and sales. The Atlas investors and I have more invested than the state even. Our commitments to each other are aligned, to say the least, okay? The line of credit with the state is well collateralized. And as the treasurer said last year, the only thing he doesn't have are my shoelaces, and he probably has those too when you think about it. The point is, I'm all in. However, I'm personally tapped out. I have over $13 million invested in Atlas personally. I have no more personal funds available for additional investment in Atlas. Atlas was the first to come to the state of Wyoming and utilize PRB coal for alternatives other than fuel. We continue to attract more potential customers to the state with similar goals as they see Atlas utilizing PRB coal as a green product, helping solve environmental issues as opposed to causing them. We are very proud of the fact that even through the pandemic, the Atlas Carbon Plant has increased the employee count and as we have done every year since our opening. The Gillette employees now get their paycheck from Wood rather than Atlas, but it is the same Wyoming residents running the same but much more efficient plant. These are high-paying jobs with full benefits. Whether it's Wood or Atlas, we continue to support the local economy in a big way, using Wyoming companies such as outside contractors for construction and repair and maintenance, local accounting firms, trucking companies delivering our products to customers all over the country. Our sales proceeds from these products all come back to the state of Wyoming, being spent with local businesses and paying local people. Also, Atlas has increased the tax base for the property by $15.7 million since inception. We're paying over $100,000 a year in property taxes now. I'm asking Slib to stick with me, please. I'm not asking for any increase in the amount of the original loan or a change in the scope of the use of the funds that was approved last year. We've spent 2.3 of the 3 million approved by the board last year to get to the point where we are at this time. We're asking for an increase in the percentage of the funds available for working capital, operating expense needs, such as salaries, feedstock purchase, utility costs, accounts receivable financing, and insurance, to give Atlas the flexibility to utilize the funds in order to complete our plan of growth and continue down the road to profitability, in order to first pay back our obligations to the state, and second, earn a return from my investors. Both of these obligations are of the utmost importance to me, believe me. With your continued support, we will succeed at both. The task now is selling the product and technologies we've developed, and we're on the right trajectory in 2021 to do just that. It would be bad if we cannot fuel this trajectory. It would be we'd have an adverse and material effect on Atlas and put both of our investments in jeopardy, and don't want to see that happen. At this point, based on what you would like, Governor or Treasurer, I'd like to turn it over to Reza Hashimpur to say a few words, or if you all would like to do something different, please let me know.
Well, Frank, I think that Reza and the folks from Wood, and I've heard from Reza quite a few times, but I haven't heard from the folks from Wood that much. So I wouldn't mind starting with Wood and finishing up with Reza. I think Reza can speak at any time on anything, I think. So, Mr. Conway, could you kind of tell us about I guess a couple of things, just as far as whatever you think is important for the board to know about Wood and about your relationship with Atlas. From my perspective, I've been impressed with what Wood's brought to the table so far.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor, and the board members for the opportunity to attend the meeting today. My name is Steve Conway. I work for Wood PLC in Houston. It probably doesn't sound like that from my accent, but believe me, I work in Houston. I'm the Senior Vice President for Processing Chemicals for the Americas for Wood PLC. Incidentally, I also had the honor of being on the U.S. National Coal Council, something that happened a couple of years ago with myself, and is why I've taken a personal interest actually in this Atlas Carbon project as we go forward, because of my involvement with the National Coal Council. Really, this has been a partnership, and it's been a long partnership with both Polaris Corporation and also with Atlas Carbon. And I think a lot of times in business, it's not about facts and figures, it's about relationships and people. And certainly you talked there about Reza can talk about any subject in any given day and keep us all mystified by what he knows. But also Frank Levy's been a gem to work with and really has been very innovative and what he's looking for and what he's looking to do. You know, this is an excellent technology with the ability to develop it further. We're just very excited to be part of that development. You know, I may come from the process and chemicals world, but you know, oil and gas is taking a transition to a new world, and being part of this is part of that transition. You know, currently we've been working on the engineering for the next generation facility, but I just want to take a moment there because it sounds like we're working on the next plant. What Frank and his team have actually done is every time we've come up with something in the next generation that we're looking at of what it should look like, we've actually taken those improvements to the Gillette facility and actually used them today, not waiting for the next plant to be built, but actually look at improvements. And those improvements have led to increased production, increased iodine levels, and also improved product quality. A couple of the key modifications is the product mixing, the hot hold process. I'm sure they've afforded you all the time. I guess you were all recently some of you were at the facility recently, you know, but I guess what Atlas is trying to do with some of these modifications is trying to do more for less, which is right in the street of where people need to be because of the industry and where we are. And also, you know, creativity before capital. We don't need to spend money a lot of the times just to make more money. So, you know, we're obviously very intrigued and happy to be part of this movement where Frank's trying to realize the next generation. And we're working with Frank. And as Frank has talked about, you know, we're taking our time to get it right, but we are taking the time today to actually modify what we're doing in Gillette, which I think is quite incredible. I've been very fortunate to visit Wyoming twice in the last year, even during the pandemic, and it's quite interesting and incredible what you guys are doing up there. I would like to hand over to Nick, who's on our operations side for the facility.
We can't hear you, Nick. Well, go off and on. I think it must be on your computer end.
Yeah, microphone.
There, now you're on. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, my microphone. Apologies for that. Now, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Nick Pearson. I'm the Vice President for the U.S. North and West operations business. I am a native from Wyoming. I was born and raised in Buffalo, University of Wyoming graduate, and am lucky enough to live in Buffalo today with my wonderful wife and 3 kids. And you know, Frank hit wood just a little bit, but just to give you a little bit of a flavor for wood in Wyoming, we do have 3 offices in the state of Wyoming. We have an office in Sheridan, an office in Casper, and an office in Laramie. Right now, you know, we employ, you know, between 250 and 300 folks across the state of Wyoming. We've been as high as 500 in the past. We generally target energy. So we feel the roller coaster ride, you know, that everybody's been on with the state, but we have a long history with Wyoming. Our Sheridan office has been in existence since 2004. So when we look at Atlas Carbon, you know, Atlas really came to wood through, you know, a very long, decade-long relationship with Polaris Asset Corporation. And as Steve mentioned, it was more from an engineering view than anything. And through conversation last year, we expanded that into, you know, plant asset management for Gillette. And so effective October 1 of last year, Wood took the keys to the car in Gillette and took over full operation. So anything entering the plant, the manufacturing process within the plant, and anything leaving is Wood's responsibility. And we've been very successful. You know, we came in and did a lot of analytical work on the plant prior to taking over. And really the challenge was, you know, taking a plant that, you know, had really been more R&D based and advancing it quickly into more of a production plant with the big sales demand that Frank and his team had developed in both the coal, mercury environment and the water market environment. So we've been successful to date. We brought with us our mature systems and process and training and competency programs, and we've increased rate 30% since October 1st and increased consistent iodine levels by a similar percentage. So we're on track. We've spent a lot of time and effort implementing, preventative maintenance programs, predictive analytic programs that all, lead to the same thing, right? It's all about trying to increase runtime and efficiency at the plant and lower operating costs. And so that's really our view today as we look for, more rate, more production volumes at high iodine qualities to meet the sales demand. And so it's been a very successful partnership to date with Atlas. We're really excited about, the future of what we can do at the Gillette plant and some of the opportunities that Frank highlighted that, are across the U.S. and internationally. So with that, I'll turn it back to Mr. Treasurer. Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess, Rosalind, you're up.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, Slib board member, I want to thank you for the few minutes you're going to give me. And Mr. Treasurer, you are correct. You have been patient listening to me for past several days, and for that, I am forever grateful to you. You are very gracious and patient with me, and often I can be overbearing because I believe in Frank Levy. And the statement that Frank Levy made today have 100% of mine, and I know would support, because if we did not believe in it, we would not be in it. I don't think that you would agree with me today that a $10 billion company would not have a too high executive with a humongous responsibility being on a phone for past several hours patiently waiting if they did not have a commitment in Frank Levy. With that said, this company, the future is bright, not only producing product and selling product, but also be able to expand that knowledge and intellectual property that has developed throughout the world, and having a world-class company like Wood building it. One of the great things about Atlas Carbon is an American company, and Mr. Levy is an American citizen. That qualifies him to utilize an import-export bank for financing a project for the people that want to license this technology overseas. And those are the opportunity that is being opened for Atlas Carbon. None of it would have happened if the treasurer, if this board, the governor, and all of you did not take the moment last year and did not do what you wanted to do, which was support this company. We are very much grateful to you for your support of what you did last year. None of this would be possible without you. And we hope you trust us with that same support and a trust. And we look forward to a favorable decision today. With that, I yield back to Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Governor, I guess we've got some differences here, and I guess a little discussion on them is I'm a little reluctant to go the totally unrestricted for the rest of the $5 to $6 million of the loan. I think this is a time period in the company that needs to have, I think, a little bit more, I guess, not so much oversight, but just some restrictions maybe in the unrestricted part of it. It was kind of hard for Jonah Bank to make a determination in what should be paid, what it was asked to pay, and a lot of that was because there was such a change. The first loan was pretty easy because if there was a component, it was built, it was made, it cost so much to implement and put into the plant, and it's pretty cut and dry. On when it's totally unrestricted, then you don't have these itemized invoices and different things, but there are some parts in the process that Wood does do, that does have those itemized invoices, and that's really kind of the work that Nick does in the plant, and that's I guess I would say it was the plant operations, and so those things are pretty cut and dried as far as how Wood invoices them, and they're itemized, and I think that Jonah Bank would have a relatively easy way to move forward on that. But I guess we have our kind of ideas. I guess I'd kind of like to hear from the board about how far we want to move on this. Do we want to go? And we got several things here. One is the extension of the loan. I think we're recommending 14 months. I'm thinking the Atlas wants to go to 2 years, I believe. Is that right, Frank? You wanted 2 years extension on that?
Yes, sir, at least.
Yeah, at least. Yeah. So there's not a lot of difference between the 14 and 2 years. So that's one thing that we need to get down, I guess. I'm kind of thinking, rather than totally unrestricted, I'm thinking of up to 30%. That essentially adds another $1.5 million. So it gives them another $2.2 million over the next 14 months, but have it restricted to plant operations, not all operations. And that's over the 14 months, that's about what the plant operations would be from Wood's invoices, unless they get the efficiencies down. Then the other one I guess we have is the principal deferments. I think we wanted to defer them, if I'm looking at this, until well, I'm looking at it. I thought it was until the end of the year, but I'm not sure where the dates are here.
Mr. Treasurer,
Yeah.
I guess I'm wondering if we might not want to just take a quick pause before we dive into the details.
Okay.
And ask if there are any board questions of Frank or Nick or Steve, or as I thought might be to then take each of the matters up specifically. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, Governor. Let me mute because I'm getting a little.
Okay. Let me just ask Superintendent Balo, any questions just on the general?
No, Mr. Chairman, no specific questions. I would ask for myself that we're precise in the language that we use when we describe what it is that Atlas desires and what it is that we're negotiating. For example, does an extension of the loan mean an extension of the interest rate or deferred payments or the loan itself? And so if we can just, I mean, right now I'm following it okay, but just for fear of getting to a point where we need to vote, I would just ask that all of us try to be as precise in the language as we can so that we understand exactly what it is that we're all negotiating. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Mr. Secretary, I didn't know if you had any sort of general, I think where I'm sort of heading at this is just sort of generalized questions at this point, and then maybe we can take I think I have a request for a brief break before we get into the middle of things. Mr. Secretary, if you've got something. Did we lose the secretary? He's lost on my screen. So I will turn it over to Auditor Racinas if she has any questions.
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think to make things clear, if you go down to the middle of that sheet that's labeled analysis, there's a paragraph that says on February 19th, 2021. And there's 4 requests that Atlas submitted to the treasurer. And so I think that we take each one of those up separately, and I think that'll kind of define what's on the table and keep us from making more than one decision at a time.
Right.
Okay.
That sounds good. Mr. Secretary, just before we take a brief pause, did you have any sort of generalized questions?
I don't at this time. I don't know if you just noticed, you lost me for just a couple minutes because I lost my audio, so I just had to reboot here. So
yeah, no, we said all kinds of things about you.
I know.
Well, why don't we just take auditor? What do you think? 5 minutes? Well, let's take 5 minutes. Come back, and then Mr. Treasurer, if that makes sense to you, we'll go through this, walk through the 4 requests one at a time.
Sounds good, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Mark. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the only thing that I was going to change on mine, Mark, was to go to 30% and take it from to the just operating to say plant operations, because what's going on when it's operating, it's a blank check, and I don't want to give these guys a blank check, you know. It. Oh.
I don't know if we're all back yet.
Okay.
Okay, I have Mr. Conway. Mr. Pearson. So Nick, I used to coach with Danny Powell's wife, as you know. So
Yeah.
I didn't realize you all had taken all that on. So
Yeah, Danny's been out at the plant since October, doing a great job. So
well, terrific.
You probably recognize the picture in my background, the Hazelton Peaks.
I do. Not far away from there is my home, as you know. So
Yep.
I don't know if we have the secretary back yet. We have Superintendent Oh, there he is. I'll just mention during the break, I had recommended to the treasurer that we kind of walk through piece by piece. He can present what his recommendation is and reasons, and then we thought we'd give you all an opportunity to respond to that, whether it be Frank or Wood, engineering, or Polaris, and let's just walk through that piece by piece. Does that make sense to the other board members? It makes sense to Frank? Okay. So, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we'll go through there. The first one is the that we have on ours is the interest rate request. And we've yeah, okay, I'm there. I got my mute off. Good. So the board previously gave an interest rate request through May of this year, decrease, and that decrease at that time was from 4.391% to 2%. So it is scheduled to go back on June 1 to 150 basis points over the current 10-year Treasury note, or this would be approximately 3%. And we're suggesting that the interest rate request at 3% is a reasonable rate. It's competitive, and I think in more competitive than bank notes, and so we're suggesting that it that the original rate be reset as to the terms of the note and be effective on the 1st of June.
Well, great. Let's think, Frank, you alluded to it a little bit in your opening remarks, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond, and then my suggestion is we'll go ahead. Frank, you've been through this before, so I think you'll appreciate that. I'm hoping that we don't end up in an extended negotiation in public. That never seems to go very well. So.
Right, understood. No, it's a very critical time. We have a lot of exciting things on our plate. I'm trying to conserve as much cash as I possibly can to finance the purchase of feedstocks, and paying utilities, paying all these things, and I'm trying to conserve as much cash as I can, and I'm looking for as much help as I can get on the interest rate, and what'll come next is the principal. But these are very important points for us that can help save us quite a bit of money. And I'm, in the world that I was lucky enough to sit through the earlier section and learned a lot about some bonds and interest rates right now, and I'm hopeful, and I'm asking for y'all's help and support in keeping it at the 2 to help us not have to borrow more money to just pay you back and pay you interest. So it's kind of a swap of dollars, but every percentage point means a lot to us at this point.
Sure. And Frank, I guess there, at least in the narrative we have, there is a relationship between this and the project completion date. Did you do you want to opine on that at all?
Oh, yes. if you remember, Governor, this completion date was set when it was approved. Then it took quite a while for this to get approved and held us back. We did get a little bit of clawback on things that we were in the middle of, but we had to wait and before ordering any of the major equipment until this thing was approved. And I just don't, and now we have, not only do I need more time because it's just taking more time, but now we have wood. We're doing the engineering up front. We're doing it properly. It takes a little longer, but we're doing it right. And I just, I don't want to get rushed. Oh, let's make some quick rash decisions because and buy equipment, but really that might be too soon. That just because the loan, and I can't, I'm going to have to apply for it before the time period runs out. I think it's better for us all that we make the right decisions and take on that additional debt, and buy and add new equipment at appropriate time rather than being forced into it too soon, just with that deadline kind of hanging over us.
Okay. And Mr. Treasurer, I think you had some recommendations on completion date.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we wanted to, if we're going to the completion date, I think we are going to extend that to July of 22. In that, July 31 of 2022. And the reason for that, Mr. Chairman, is basically so we would come back and revisit this within a year's time and see how things were progressing. I think that there's a couple of things that we need to be looking at here over the next year, and that's to see whether or not the licensing scenario is successful. In the cash flow, there's a couple of licensing sales or transactions that are contemplated. That makes a big difference as to whether or not the cash flow gets close to being positive. With those two sales, it's getting pretty close. Then the other thing, which I've got a great degree of confidence in, is that wood is going to get their production up and their efficiency up and their quality up. They've made great strides over the course of the last year in doing all of that. And they had, we asked for a list of components that they thought that they would like to add or modify or improve the plant, and we've gotten that list, which I think those are things that necessarily, if they had the time and money, they'd like to do within that 14 months. I don't think there were necessarily any of them there that would be beyond that time period. If they are, I guess they can. The wood folks can tell us whether or not some of those are 2 or 3 years out, rather than just within the next 14 months. So we felt, for those reasons, that it gave them enough time to get the components that they told us about, in place, and it moved us into the process where we have to come back and revisit it to see what the progress was of the proposed future activities of the of Atlas Carbon on both their profit center fronts. Or actually they have three. They have Atlas Orb, their regular water carbon, and their licensing. So so that's that was a reason for a recommendation, Mr. Chairman, of going to July 31st of 2022.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the rest of the board, Mr. Secretary or Auditor or Superintendent? Superintendent.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think my goal or my question is maybe a little lofty to specifically answer, and you kind of have, but I'd really like to understand, I mean, with the changing fossil fuel environment, obviously there are so many opportunities, and with sort of an end to capital to continue to invest in Atlas Carbon, how will you continue to adapt to a new fossil fuel environment? And again, I know you've kind of answered that, but I guess I'm looking for sort of that 101. If you're doing a community meeting, what are you telling the community of Gillette about your plans to adapt and keep coal relevant as the fossil fuel environment continues to change? And that underpins everything that you're about, but it used to be a niche. Now all of a sudden it's front and center.
Yeah, Frank or Raza?
Yeah, I'll go first. Number one, the fossil, can Atlas Carbon make and sell enough carbon to make up for the loss of power plants? No. Unfortunately, we don't use, there's not a demand for that much activated carbon as there was for the fuels, for power, for power generation. However, what Atlas Carbon is doing to adjust to the, for the loss of sales for mercury control is we have moved and are focusing on particularly on water applications, and then there's other vapor applications that are coming into play as we continue to improve our quality, which we are constantly doing, and particularly with Woods Health. So we see plenty of markets to make up for the loss in activated carbon side. In the mercury removal market, we have plenty of opportunities on the water side and vapor side. And gosh, there's talk of storage of using activated carbon in all its pore structure for storage of natural gas that they're working on for like non-pressurized, for less pressurized storage. There are so many things that keep coming up. Activated carbon is a very, very special product, and as we continue to diversify our quality and our specs, we'll have a lot more opportunities to sell a lot more activated carbon.
Thanks, Frank, and thanks, thanks, Governor.
Thank you. Mr. Conway or Mr. Pearson, I guess a quick question that I had, if you had any particular color on the completion date, how that changes your lineup.
Yeah, I can hit that one, Mr. Chairman. It'll be a challenge, just to be 100% honest. And the reason it's a challenge is, one, we're still in the process of optimization, right? Of figuring out where rate and quality divide and what we can do with the bones that we have to balance that with a demand forecast. So we have a production plant, and we can't disrupt the need to increase our storage inventory to be able to meet the demand. And so, to be honest, we still have a little bit of evaluation to do. We know that at some point we will max out what the plant with its current bones is capable of. And at that point in time, we see the need for some of the lists that Mr. Treasurer would have highlighted with the back end of the plant and the indirect calciner. We have to balance that with the demand. And so likely, we wouldn't be in a position till later this year, best case scenario, to really start evaluating and starting those projects in winter when demand starts to fall off. And so July would be a challenge. And if the forecast demand increases longer into the fall and winter than it did last year, then again, it just delays us. So there is a need. It's a juggling act with a production plant and ensuring that we can deliver on the existing sales contracts while looking for those optimization pieces.
Okay, is there I guess the way I would ask it, do you find constraints on supply?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, lead times. Lead times will be the big one, right? The procurement of equipment, and then just the installation of it. Depending on what parts of it, we're optimizing. So some of those pieces take longer than others from a lead time perspective, and from a construction or constructability perspective, there's potential delays as well.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, I have to step away for just a second. Can you? Okay, thank you. I apologize. Thank you for the answer to that.
All right. Any other folks from Wood or Atlas want to address any of the other comments by the treasurer?
I'd just like to add, Wood in the first 6 months has done an incredible job of optimization of what we have, and there's plenty more that they can do that is so exciting for me, and I certainly want to see what they come up with, what they can do with what we presently have, before I go jump and borrow more money from the state that I have to pay back. So I just don't want to have to get forced into doing that too quickly till I've seen everything Wood can pull out and get out of what we have, is a big reason for wanting more time. And then, but you got a plan, and what if, what if some reason you don't want to do, so I'd like to know that we don't have this drop dead date hanging over us, so we can plan properly and check out all alternatives before we go and start spending more, borrowing more money that we know we have to pay back. I just wanted to put that in.
And I note from the notes that I have, it looks to be about a 9-month difference between the request and the recommendation. It seems like from some of the challenges that Mr. Pearson described, 9 months, does that make the difference for you?
Ideally, because I think our request was 2 years or more. I'll ask the board why there is a need to put a deadline on it. I mean, our deadline or I mean, obviously, we're not asking for more money. I mean, you know, why couldn't the restriction be when you hit 15 million, you can't borrow anymore? You know, does there need to be a time deadline like that? I would ask.
Can you all hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone was kind of frozen on my screen, but I didn't know if that was on my end or not. Perhaps I heard Mr. Levy's question. And when I referred to the 9 months, I mean, that seemed like that was the difference between the request and the recommendation is all. It would still be, you know, well over another year. So, Mr. Treasurer, did you want to address?
Yeah,
Mr. Levy's
I guess
question?
so. I guess the way I look at it, if there's a correlation, I guess, between the time period and the characterization of what the money can be spent on. Is because essentially there's no collateral in paying for wages. There's plenty of collateral in paying for, you know, plant modifications that increase the value and the capacity and the rate and the quality of the material coming out of it. But you know, that when it's characterized as operational, then there's I think that the state loses their collateral, another $5 or $6 million at the end of the day. I haven't done I guess a complete analysis of what actual collateral would be left in a plant that's you know, 10 plus years old, and assuming the capacity is going to be the same as what it is now, you know, what's actually left at the end of the day. So from my perspective of being a fiduciary, Frank, what I want to do is make sure that you guys are in business for another year to see how things roll out, and give you the opportunity, which I think you're going to need, to increase your capacity. I think your salespeople are you're gonna look up in a year's time, and you're probably going to say, we need to have 2 or 3 times the capacity that we have today. And that's where you look into, I understand you need a long-term commitment to look at that. And maybe you're actually looking at a generation 3 modification a year from now than just piecing onto the bones that you have there. You know, if you actually have that type of growth, because we're gonna have to, I think, get more and more capacity so you can spread your overhead, you know, over more pounds, you know, to be, you know, self-sustaining in the future. And that's a plant that doesn't exist today. It's going to be a plant that's going to take some modification. And I don't know whether the Gen 2 plant that's on the books right now, you know, how that compares with the current capacity of this plant. And Steve, maybe you can tell me, is the Gen 2 plant right out of the box, does it have the same or more capacity of the Gillette plant right now?
Well, obviously, if it's going to be a next generation, there's a couple of components that Frank actually talked about in his words at the start. First, we're looking for more optimization of the equipment. So we're actually looking for it to be produced a more operational reduction in operation costs. But yes, there's more uptime, so there's more production. but also what we're trying to do is figure out a better product quality. And to the point that the superintendent was talking about is looking at other markets other than just the markets. I mean, I think one of the things the plant has done has actually modified itself and adapted to where the market is, and that's given Frank the growth that he's got right now today. And the next generation plant will embellish that and move that forward. And I think to the point that Nick was making, it's a balance between the plant's operational to the things that my engineers would like to make changes to the plant. It's not possible to make changes while you're doing production. But I think Frank's taken a real careful look at when he has the ability that we can put a bit of a gap in the production and put some of those changes in to actually build a better plant that we have currently in Gillette. But the future generation will produce more capacity and will produce a better quality product. And with the ability to produce additional products on top of the current basic product that are produced today.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know what is the, just if you were pricing a next gen plant, and I know there's a couple licensing ones that you're looking at, and I know you're supposedly almost done with the engineering down in your shop in Houston. Have you gotten any prices as far as what you're going to be able to charge these people? I'm assuming it's probably more than $5.5 million. That's what we got left in the loan.
Well, it's certainly a lot more than that. You know, yeah. I think one of the things that we're looking at is the breadth of and where that would be. You know, so the next generation plant and the size of it and the cost of it still has to be worked out to where it's actually going to be located. Yeah. But those are simple things that are really just enhancements to what we've got with the basic design that we basically worked up in Houston today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Jurdy-Spillman, General Counsel for the Wyoming State Treasurer's Office. Just two things. First, with respect to the request for the completion end date, the change as requested was from March 2021 through March 2023. And then Mr. Levy just asked a question with respect to why do we have to have a completion date? And just for way of background, under the Constitution, Article 16, Section 6, the state can't give money to corporations. There was an amendment, Article 16, Section 12, that created the carve out to provide money to corporations via the Economic Development Loan Fund. And within there, the word revolving is written, I believe, 5 times. And so that idea of that this is a revolving fund, the money comes in, the money goes out, it helps enterprises over time, different enterprises. It's not all tied up in one project. That's kind of the genesis of why we have a project completion date. And as you know, Frank, the project completion date is defined in the legal agreements. It says by the project's completion date, currently it's March 2021, borrower will cause to be completed development, construction, installation of plant, fixtures, equipment that are required for expansion, and at lender's request, all leases and letters of execution. So that's the history on why we have a specific end date for the completion and the loan itself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Lisa. Those are the good points that we all have to keep in the back of our minds on that. Let's if there was anything else, I think I lost you guys for just a little bit there, Mr. Treasurer. If you wanted to address any of the other pieces of the request versus the recommendation, perhaps.
Okay, let's go down. We've talked about the end date. We've talked about the interest. That interest, going back to what the note actually says, that's essentially about $93,000 a year, just so you guys know on what the balance is right now. The holiday payment request. It was requested that the payment principals be deferred until 2023. The current deferment is until the end of May on 2021. And we thought we should extend that through 2021, which would have been a total principal holiday of 21 months. And basically increases it from the end of May through the 2021 through 2021, which is another 7 months. So we had taken that to the end of the year. So that was a different date than what we had on the extension of the project completion date, but I don't necessarily believe they need to be on there. You know, they don't have to be the same. The other one was their request to go from unrestricted to restricted, and that was for the entire $5+ million. And I'll bring up again that Jonah Bank had a difficult time trying to track what should or shouldn't be paid, because operational has such a broad characteristic to it. I think my thought was originally to limit it to the 20%, which was about another 700,000, but with the extensions that they would be able to spend that 700,000 up into the extended time period of July 31st, 22. Looking at what I think looking at the worst case scenario that I see for them is that if they have no licensing at all, that if we move that to 30%, that would still allow them to keep the plant operating over that time period to July 31, 2022. That gives them enough borrowing capacity to pay Wood their operational contract, and they should have enough cash flow to pay for their feedstock and their other items that they're looking at there. So that's why we are looking at modifying that from 20% to going to 30%. That also brings them back to the table next year. Now, what it does do when we extend that completion date, that does allow them access for both components and labor to put the components in. And so essentially you're a little bit over $2 million that's just goes to plant operations and over that time period, but allows for up to about $3.5 million that you could put into plant modifications, components, and labor over that same time period. And I understand that you have to fly the airplane the same time that you're building it, when you're looking at trying to make sure that you make as much product as you possibly can and work on optimization. And but you don't have the luxury of running that plant and building a standalone plant right next to it. You might be able to build another line right next to it, but that's an engineering question, not a money question. So we thought that gave them enough flexibility to move forward from going to 20 to 30 and taking the identifier of to operations and identifying it as plant operations. That allows for itemizations for Jonah Bank and a way that they know where the money's gone and can tie it to an invoice and feel much more comfortable in dispersing the funds. So those are our recommendations on the unrestricted to restricted request and the other requests. And Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd make the remark that if we restrict it to 30% from 20%, then the time period in which it has to be implemented isn't as important if there's the restriction of the percentage there, because any other funds that would be spent would necessarily result in a capital expenditure, which would at least keep the collateral picture in mind.
And so, Mr. Treasurer, in talking the difference between the 20 and 30% restriction, and I've got some of the numbers here, but haven't done the quick math on that, equates to about a little over $2 million over the next 14 months. And then I thought I heard you mention $700,000 left over from something. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, well, the 700,000 is left over. There's roughly 700,000 left over in the 20% number.
Okay.
Yeah, because there was 3 million there. They spent 2.3. We got 700 left. The 10% is roughly 1.5 million. So between the 700,000 and a 1.5, you got about 2.2 million that could be spent on plant operations, and that's about what will be just short of 1.9 million would be spent in 1 year, and so it's just a little bit over 1 year from today. So it about balances out to what it's going to the plant would need to run on as far as the estimated wood invoices, and those can change, of course, you know, but that keeps everybody moving forward for a year, but still gives flexibility to do the improvements if indeed there's a time opportunity where you have a plant shut down for one reason or another, to where you can get in and do some improvements, whether it's they don't need it for for capacity reason, and they've made their inventory and they can go to work on the plant on optimization, or for any other reason.
And so the way I'm hearing it through this entire discussion is that you'd be amenable to increase the 20 to 30% of the original loan amount for those items, and then that could inform your decision on the project completion date. That's one thing. But then as far as the interest rate, we'll stick with the reset, and on the principal payment holiday request, you think that allowing that through the end, say through December of 2021, is most appropriate. Am I kind of narrowing that down to where we're going here?
Well, yeah, Mr. Chairman, we're trying to figure out how we kind of wean the company off of the state financing and start getting back into, you know, the original purpose of it being a revolving loan. But we want to make sure that there's, you know, enough funds within the process and enough time to implement it. And, you know, if we look at the 30% cap, you know, moving the dates out in that regard for completion, that just allows for, at that point in time, it was essentially, it would just be allowing for the modifications to the plant, which is essentially the original contract, back to almost the original contract language, that hopefully within a year's time, the sales are up, the licensing fees are going according to plan, and there wouldn't be a need for operational funding, but there still would probably be a need to do some modifications to the plant to increase capacity, rate, and quality. So we're just trying to move in that regard. You know, and I'm sensitive to, you know, every dollar out is a dollar that Frank can't spend on some of these things that he wants to get done. On the other side, we need to be cognizant that trying to push the matter to where it has a gradual end rather than a drop dead is where we're trying to move to. Realizing full well that, you know, the contract has expired, we're just extending it, you know, so I think we're trying to move in the right direction. And that's kind of where we're at right now.
All right. Thank you for that. I'd like to give Frank or any of the folks from Wood or Polaris just one last opportunity so we can kind of bring this one home. Your observations based on kind of that last little discussion, and then after that, I will look to entertain some motions on this issue. Mr. Levy?
Yes, thank you. If Reza, would you like to go first, or you want me to go first?
You the boss, you go first.
You want me to go first? Okay. Totally understand all the thoughts. Maybe, you know, if maybe there's a compromise in here where we could go to 40% on the, as opposed to 30, 40% on, you know, of the total is what I'm asking for, a compromise there. Of course, I'm looking for as much time as I can get on to help me through on the completion date and on the interest rate and on the deferment of principal. It's all a matter of cash flow. It's all a matter of getting these things accomplished, which we are on the road and just very excited about. We've definitely got licensing prospects in hand and that we're negotiating with, and we're very excited about all this. And again, I just I hope you would consider 40% rather than 30, and the time for these other things that we're requesting. And I'll leave it at that. I think everybody understands the situation where we're at and what we're trying to accomplish. And again, I have every intention of paying you back and my investors and paying and making money with this thing. That's the goal. It's never changed, and we're closer to it than ever.
Well, I agree, Frank. You're closer to it than you were last year, you know, so you have moved down the field. You sure are, you know, and I'm glad you got Woods in there. They've made I think a huge contribution. You know, from I guess fellow board members, you know, from my perspective, you know, I think that the 40% is a no-go, but as far as the other things there on, you know, the time periods of going to 23 or the holidays, that's not as much as of a sticker to me. But I think the only way that we get to take a real close look at what's going on is to kind of meter the amount of funds going out, and 40% I think wouldn't do that, you know. So that's I guess that's my kind of sense on it as far as where we can compromise. But if we leave it at 30, if things don't go well, they'll be back next year wanting to go to 40 to extend things out. If they go as well as I think they could go, then those funds probably won't need to be spent. So it takes a little of the cushion away from you, Frank, but I think it holds Roz's feet to the fire to go out there and sell those licenses, you know. And you're a good salesman, Roz. I think you can get it done, you know.
I wanted to give him the opportunity. I wanted to give Mr. Hasharampur the opportunity to address the discussion we just had as well. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Meyer, thank you for a compliment. I'd just like to one point of a clarity, Mr. Meyer. You mentioned about a 30%, and then you proceeded to saying that the fee that Atlas is paying for managing of the plan to Wood, can that be characterized as restricted? Did I understand that correctly?
No. Let me make it clear. Is that we would change operations to plant operations. So what we would pay in that 10% in that, and the 7% that's left would be used for plant operations. And Wood has somewhere in the neighborhood of that 150 to 190. It varies. It goes clear up from like 70,000 to 366,000. You know, so. But monthly, it's going to be around that 150 to 170, you know, across the board. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, that's essentially the kind of draws that I think that we would be looking at when Jonah signs the check on that, and that gets us through you know, allowing pretty much to operate the plant.
Mr. Secretary, with your permission, my second point is the reason Mr. Levy and all of us on Mr. Levy's team are requesting an extension. It is because of the disruption to the cash flow of a company. When the plant gets updated or upgraded, there is a halt into a production. And we right now cannot afford a halt, as we are building almost 500,000 pounds worth of activated carbon. So it is like a chicken and egg conversation. And I know that the board is aware of that. And I know that you are very sensitive to that. You have to stick with us every step of the way. So we think that one of the reasons Mr. Levy is taking his cue from Wood on expansion. But what is expansion? To me, expansion is not adding another widget to the plant. To me, extension is, can we increase the yield? Can we get more extraction of activated carbon from the plant that was designed to do 16 million pounds a year? Can we get 20 million? And I have my colleague, Mr. Pearson, on there. And if I ask him a question, Mr. Pearson, has the plan reached his maximum capability? I bet you the answer he's going to give you may surprise you. Mr. Pearson, what would you say to that question?
Yeah, no, we haven't got there yet. We don't know, right? We evaluate it every day, and the bar continues to rise with what we're seeing. So has not met its maximum capacity yet on our watch.
Another thing I want to share with the Mr. Secretary and the board is the following. We are focusing on what the plant is producing. We also got to look at, we are going to also produce another product and license another product called Atlas Orb. Atlas Orb is going to use a lot of chemical that we are going to purchase to put together and other things that's going to be produced by the plant. And so that production may not have as much as direct effect of the 16, 15, 18 million pound a year plant that we have. So if we increase our Atlas Orb production because we have such a demand is coming our way, I think that you're going to see a really nice trajectory. Mr. Meyer correctly stated, hey, you guys can come back next year. I grant you that. Mr. Meyer, as usually, is correct. But here's the thing. As a businessman of my own company, every time we have to come before the board, as much as we love these conversations, there is a certain amount of a disruption, and it takes a tremendous amount of the resources to put these things together, which we are obligated to do so by our contract that has been signed. But in business, sometimes we have to have the ability to do zig or zag. And those things is that we just want a little flexibility. And I'm grateful that we may have an opportunity to come back. I just ask, is it possible that we delay that coming back and see if we can just bring this home and just move this ball across a finish line? And as last but not least, this morning, Wood Corporation and Polaris and Atlas Carbon was on a conference call to Poland regarding a topic that Mr. Meyer has brought up. We were on a call with Poland because Poland's mandated for the mercury reduction by August of 2021 for their coal-fired plant. We are in discussion and opening the door for those opportunities for Atlas Carbon. And those approaches are not going to be, because there will be a delay, is we're producing Atlas Orb, our new product over there, to be able to license it to them, and Wood will be the delivery of those products. So we are looking at every aspect of increasing the revenue, but it is just not the revenue, it's also the profitability of that revenue. It's not how much you sell, it's how much you keep. So that's what we are trying to do. And with that said, I'm grateful for my time and I thank you for your courtesy.
And thank you, Mr. Hashampour. And so, Mr. Treasurer, with that entire discussion and then the feedback from everybody, you know, the way I see this is that, you know, the recommendations didn't say no to all the requests, and if you take some of them, you know, we would be back in you know, the spring or early summer of 2022 to address, you know, the completion date. And I think with the somewhat tenuous nature of this entire project at this point in time and everything that has happened, you know, geopolitically, that I would personally, I would want to probably see you again in a year to discuss all of these things and see where we are, because it's not something certainly that any of us should put on autopilot at this point in the game. So that's my observation of this. I know that the interest rate is something that has a more immediate effect. And so perhaps the treasurer wants to address that. He's already addressed perhaps increasing the restriction on the working capital. So, Mr. Treasurer, with all that being said, do you have a motion you would like us to entertain?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I'll just say that, you know, that 10% there and the 700,000 is carried over, you know, it and if it goes all into plant operations, essentially, in looking at the cash flow, I think that frees up over $1 million of free cash that could be used someplace else that you get out of your cash flow. But to do that, to free that up, you know, there's some things that you guys are going to have to hit in your cash flow. You're going to have to get some of these licensings and some other things. That'll get you in the black. You know, I guess to make it easy, we can move all the dates to March 23. And I'll go with the project completion and the deferment, but I'm going to stick on the 30%, and it's only for plant. It's only for the plant operations. The 1% there, that's on interest. We got that resetting on June 21. Let's reset it on March 22. So that gives you another year at 2%, and then it'll be reset. I think that's about as far as I could go on this, guys. That gives you almost everything you wanted, Frank, as far as the dates. It does mean that you're going to have to start paying some interest here in March. That saves you $90,000, but we need to have something that Jonah Bank can actually look at with invoices and itemized, and that makes their job easier. It makes our job easier. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess that would be my modified recommendation. And I feel like I've been in a razor fight and I didn't have a razor. Or maybe it was a Raza fight and I didn't have a Raza. I don't know. Okay. All right. I'm glad I at least get a smile out of your guys' faces there on that one, huh, Raza? Yeah.
I just kind of want to try to restate the motion as I heard it. So with regard to the project completion day request, that would change to March of 2023 with the interest rate request. That would remain at 2%, and the paragraph that you see with the reset on June 1st of 2021, that would occur in March 1st of 2022. The principal payment holiday request would be granted through December 2022. And the unrestricted to restricted request is a no, but there would be a 30% restriction on working capital and R&D. Is that?
Okay, and that would be, it would be working capital, but it would actually be operating capital rather than working capital. It would be operating capital for plant operating capital. So it's 30% on plant operating capital and R&D. Now there is no restriction on the remaining part of it for plant modification and upgrades, and that's for components and labor. that's getting back to the original $15 million loan language.
And I'd like to ask Lisa to weigh in here first on her understanding of the motion, and then particularly on that last piece on the restricted percentage. I want to make sure that I understood that correctly and that your counsel is on board with that, or perhaps needs to advise the board in her capacity with regard to that piece.
Right, we might need the right language there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer. So with respect to the first one, the recommendation, and I can share the screen if you like. I haven't updated it with today's new language, but it would be just the treasurer recommends the board deny the request is made. Well, actually, it would just be they grant the request, since now it's through March 2023. So regarding Atlas request 1, the treasurer recommends the board grant the request. Regarding the second one, it's my understanding now that this request is being granted. And the request originally was for extend the interest rate to 2% until 2023. How long is the board, is the motion to extend the interest rate through the end of 2022 or all the way through March 2023?
I believe the treasurer's recommendation was we would reset March of 2022. So I would take that to mean you'd replace the June 1st of 2021 with March 1st of 2022.
Okay.
That was my understanding. Right. I don't know.
So then that second recommendation would now read, the treasurer recommends the board deny the request to extend the interest rate of 2% through March of 2023. Instead, extend it, the interest rate of 2% until March 2022. With respect to the third one, I believe the recommendation that was on the board was to extend it through December 2022. Is that correct?
No, I think that was just to accept it, because I think we went to March 2023 on that.
So then request number 3 would be the treasurer recommends the board accept the request, grant the request.
Right.
And then with respect to the fourth one, the request came in asking for a very blanket request. The request was convert the remaining balance of the loan to be made unrestricted from restricted. And so we can't grant, we are not recommending that that be granted as written, instead denied as written with this language: deny the request to move to unrestricted, but raise the limit to 30% of the original loan amount with limits as set by the treasurer, including that the increase is only for plant operations.
Mr. Treasurer, does that?
Yeah, and when it's plant operations, I'm not sure, need a clarification of that from Wood. The plant operations includes the production of Atlas sorb, I'm assuming. Is that correct, Nick?
Sorry. Yeah, you're correct, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, all right. Okay, wanted to make sure that that was the case. Thank you.
And Lisa, could you go back to the holiday request again, which I believe is number 3? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. The original recommendation was through December 2021. And I thought I heard Mr. Treasurer say until 2023. So would we be at through December 2022? I just want to make sure I heard the motion correctly.
What was the original request there? I'm trying to look at the language.
It was, the original request was until 2023.
Okay, so that would be through the end of 2022 then. All right, so, yeah, so that would, it wouldn't be March 2023, it would be until 2023.
Well, December 2022, I think is what I said.
Right, yeah, okay, yeah, all right.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, so I think that that motion should be grant with the request number 3, the treasurer recommends the board grant the request through December 2022.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm just gonna, for the benefit of the board, and the governor just returned. Lisa, I'd like you to recite that one more time, and then we would entertain a second on that for discussion purposes. But I want to make sure we've got it right in front of all of us.
Thank you.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, would you like all 4 of them in one motion?
Please.
Okay, thank you. So the treasurer would, this would be the motion, the treasurer would move the board to adopt his recommendations regarding Atlas request number 1. The treasurer recommends the board grant the request. Regarding Atlas request number 2, the treasurer recommends that the board deny the request to extend the interest rate of 2% through March of 2022 and instead extend the interest rate of 2% through March of 2022. Regarding Atlas request 3, the treasurer recommends the board grant the request. And regarding Atlas request 4, the treasurer recommends the board deny the request to move to unrestricted, raise the limit to 30% of the original loan amount, with limits as set by the treasurer, including that the increase is only for plant operations.
Okay. Thank you. Lisa, you've heard the motion. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Auditor Racines has seconded the motion. We are now open for discussion on the motion before us. And board, any comments? Auditor Racines.
So just to, and I think this is maybe a question for the treasurer. What happens, and I think I know the obvious answer, but maybe a little bit more detail. What happens if we were to do nothing? And I don't want to scare anyone. I don't have any intention of trying to move that forward. But what happens if we granted none of these in a realistic situation?
Well, that is an interesting proposal there. The 700,000 that's left on that, there might be an invoice or two out there, that original 30% that might be paid against it, but I'm sure that it won't go up to the 3 million. I would say a lot of the stock that they were planning on selling or may have orders for, they would probably be hard pressed to continue making the supplies or the inventory that they need to make. And I think there'd be a scurry to find out whether or not they could find financing elsewhere. I'm not sure whether that would be forthcoming or not. But I think that would be some tough times. And I wish we were in executive session, because I don't know if there's anything that I said in that remark auditor, that necessarily would enhance the probabilities of success, having said it in a public forum.
No, Mr. Treasurer, I think my point was, I think there was a comment made, and I'm not degrading that comment, that we should consider compromising on your original recommendation. And I think I just want to lay out there that this entire conversation is a pretty substantial compromise, one I think should be made to some extent, but that's kind of the point I was trying to make.
Okay, well, yeah, I believe it is a compromise to go the, where we're at, because it was a contract that had seen the end,
Any other comments with regard to the motion before us from the board? And I would just suggest to the board, we're on this motion and we're discussing it. There are still options before us. This is, all four of these requests are contained in one motion, and that only really works obviously if we like each of those four segments of the motion. I would suggest to individual members of the board, if there is a piece of that we're uncomfortable with, then we can certainly move those one at a time, so that we can all arrive at the destination with agreement. Any other discussion? I'll go around and go, Governor. You've recently come back and hopefully for most of the discussion. Any comments?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The only question, and I think it was something that the treasurer brought up a couple of times, was, and I think you mentioned it as well, we need to see progress. And I don't know if that probably is not the province of the motion per se, but I guess I'm, depending on how the treasurer wants to look at this, I guess my view is, next, we were talking about a July date. Maybe we want to have annual reports on progress.
And thank you, Governor, and just piling onto those comments a little bit. Yes, I had made the comment that perhaps some of those dates could remain in as originally recommended by the treasurer, and I suppose there'd be nothing to prevent us from getting those updates and making adjustments on those pieces as we go forward, even if it means that all of us have to get together in another 12 to 14 months to do it. I had made the comment that we're in somewhat of a tenuous situation on this project for all kinds of factors, and so I think we can expect to kind of watch this very closely and meet more often than you probably did at the beginning. So I concur in those observations, I would say.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I would not have brought, these, I guess, the compromise that I saw forward had I not seen progress from year over year, from last year to this year. I'll represent that the production and the quality and the rate have all gone up. I suggested that we get some professional salespeople in there. Those people have been added, and they have done, I think, a very good job for Frank, and have got a lot of sales that weren't there. And the Atlas Sorb was kind of in its infancy last year, and now they've got several contracts and have got some good results back on that new product. The licensing thing, which I thought was going to be a little bit slow walked, has moved a lot faster than I thought it would, and looks like that may bear some fruit. So I do see light at the end of the tunnel. I really do, and I think this extra money that we're putting in should get Atlas Carbon down the road for another year, and hopefully the fruits of their labors over this last year will all come forth, and we'll actually see that light at the end of the tunnel. So I think we're hanging in with a company that could have a very bright future, and they've exhibited I think good progress, to date, year over year, and we'll continue to look at it, try to develop some metrics that both us and Atlas can agree on, as far as where their vision is, where they're going, and how to measure that progress. I always like to see more money in the checkbook there, Frank. That's a big one, Okay.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Auditor Racines or Superintendent Balo, any comments on the motion you would like to make? I can see Auditor Racines, but I need to adjust my screen to see.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I would prefer to take, I apologize for extending this, but I would prefer to take the four changes separately.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer, would you amend your motion to make them separately, and then the second,
absolutely,
if they concur? All right.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. And if the second agrees, we'll take them all one at a time.
And I believe she does.
And
Is that an agreement, Auditor Racines?
Mr. Chairman, and if possible, if Lisa could maybe scroll down for the updated, or maybe we don't have.
I think she just
Mr.
read
Chairman.
those to us. Go ahead, Lisa.
I'm happy to type them up really quick. Otherwise, I can read it again.
No, that's okay. Maybe if we just reread each one before we vote on it, so I don't get myself mixed up. Thank you, Lisa.
All right, Lisa.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to read the first one?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
We'll take them in order.
Okay, thank you. Motion, the treasurer, the motion would be that the board adopt the treasurer's recommendation regarding Atlas Request 1. The treasurer recommends the board grant the request.
So the completion date goes to March of 23, right?
And I don't know
Yes.
if it matters, but if you were going to make it, you had proposed July 31st, I believe.
Right.
So would that mean March 31st of 23?
Yes.
Okay.
So then that motion would be the treasurer recommends the board grant request number 1 to change the project completion date from March 2021 through March 31, 2023.
Very good. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
I'm sorry, was that the auditor?
Yes.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. You've all heard the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Is there a call for the question?
Question.
All those in favor of the motion, please either say aye or give the thumbs up. Okay, I see thumbs up. So the first motion passes. Lisa, the second one, please.
Thank you. This motion would be that the board adopt the treasurer's recommendation that the board deny the request to extend the interest rate of 2% through, actually, this one, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. The motion now would be the treasurer, that the board adopt the treasurer's recommendation that the board grant the request to extend the interest rate through December 31st, 2022.
Okay, is there a second on that one? And the reason I paused on that is I thought I had written down reset rate March of 2022. So I want to make sure that I heard that correctly.
That's number 3. That's the principal payments, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe it was March 2022 to grant the request on matter number 2 through March of 2022. At least that's what my.
I apologize, Doug.
All right.
And on matter number 3, it was through December.
Okay.
And that was my recollection as well.
Thank you.
So you've heard the restated motion number 2. Is there a second?
Superintendent seconded, I believe.
Thank you. All right, any discussion on that motion? All right, all those in favor say aye or thumbs up. And I'm trying to get everybody on the screen here while I'm reading this here. So I've got an aye from the treasurer, from the governor, and my I'm looking for the superintendent. I'm trying to get your picture on the screen here, but
Aye.
There you are. Thank you. There you are. All right. So the motion carries. Lisa, number 3, please.
The treasurer recommends that the board grant the request and extend the principal holiday through December of 2022.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Auditor Racinas with the second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, thumbs up or say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and we have the treasurers and I, superintendent's and I, auditors and I, and now the governor has disappeared from my screen. So,
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, sir. The motion carries. Number 4, please, Lisa.
Thank you. The treasurer recommends that the board deny the request to move the loan to unrestricted and instead raise the limit to 30% of the original loan amount with limits as set by the treasurer, including that the increase is only for plant operations.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
All right, the governor is seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye or thumbs up. I can see all of you.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. That motion carries. All right. Lisa, Mr. Treasurer, anything else to come before us with regard to board matter D5?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Lisa, for your help.
Yeah. Well, committee, sorry it took so long. But I think these guys have got a shot at making it, so I didn't want to pull the rug out from underneath them, and I think we gave them enough to get them down the road.
And just real quickly, thank you, Mr. Levy, Mr. Wood, Mr. Hashampur, and everybody for your time and patience with us today. Obviously, these are very delicate and complicated discussions, but of course, we all want it to be a success. And so thank you for your time and your patience.
Well, let me say thank you for your time and patience too. We appreciate, and we greatly appreciate the support. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And Governor, unless if you're eating lunch, I can continue, or the reins are all yours again.
Well, I'm happy to bring it back, and thank you for your leadership through that, Mr. Secretary. Madam Director, we have how many more matters in this? We have a couple of emergencies and a few others.
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 more matters on this agenda, and then we'll switch to the land commissioners. But we start with H1, which is to consider one application for a Chapter 3 emergency mineral royalty grant for the town of DuBois, Wyoming. The town of DuBois is requesting $379,530 in emergency grant funding to address a funding shortfall. You may recall in August, the board met and the town was awarded $194,400 in emergency MRG to help fund an emergency in which the liner in cell number 2 at their wastewater treatment facility had a tear. However, when the project was actually bid, the costs were substantially higher, so they're seeking additional funding. The current request of the $379,530 plus the previously awarded $194,400 is equal to 90% of the total project costs. The remaining 10% match funding, or $85,370, would come from the town sewer reserves. OSLI staff and the Department of Environmental Quality concur that this continues to be an emergency, or at least meet the definition of an emergency under the program. And I would yield the floor to Beth Blackwell, as I think she may have some additional color on the sort of discrepancy in costs from the original application back in August.
Thank you, Director, members of the board. As the director stated, our staff engineer, Keenan Hendon, did some digging related to construction costs and what's happening around the country. He did find that there is a substantial increase to all construction projects right now. This is driven by the pandemic, supply and demand, that kind of stuff. So I know through briefings, there are a few questions about the huge increase, but it seems through further investigation that it's appropriate.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Are there questions for the staff? Any questions? I don't hear any. Madam Director, I guess we still do have a quorum. I think the superintendent may have to leave us for a bit, and I think the treasurer is not on screen, but he may be nearby. I wanted to give the chance of, if anybody from the town of DuBois wants to address the board, now is a good time to do that. Mr. Bump, do we have anybody from the town of DuBois?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have any hands raised right now. I'd ask that if anyone wants to address this matter, please raise your hand.
So that it looks to me as though the mayor has entered in the chat box. And so, Mr. Mayor, if there's anything you want to say, my sense is this board is probably favorably disposed, but I guess we'll see that. If you have something you want to add, please go ahead and do that.
I'm an eye on that one.
Okay, I see the mayor of DuBois is on the chat, that hasn't added anything. He says, thank you, we appreciate the time. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that the board adopt the director's recommendation to approve the town of DuBois's application for $379,530 in emergency MRG funding.
Thank you. That's been seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. That motion carries with a unanimous vote. So thank you. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter is H2, to consider one application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the Freedom Hills Improvement and Service District. The Freedom Hills Improvement and Service District is requesting $181,162 in emergency grant funding to replace the district's water tank and repairs at a landowner's residence that was damaged when the water tank had a significant leak. In February 2021, it was determined that an I-beam fell inside the tank and broke through the tank's bottom. This resulted in a significant water leak that surfaced downhill at a landowner's property, resulting in damages and saturation around the landowner's property. The district believes the leak has been fixed, but it's only a temporary fix. They estimate between $10,000 and $15,000 to make repairs to the drainage around the landowner's property. We have done some further investigation with respect to the repairs to the landowner's property. And we certainly have some concerns about funding that, which Beth will get into in a few minutes. But the town's $181,162 request is 50% of the project costs. The other 50% match funding would come from a $50,000 grant from Campbell County and a $131,162 loan from a local bank, both of which are still pending. OSLI, DEQ, and the Water Development Office believe that the project meets the definition of emergency, and so we would recommend approval based on that. I would yield the floor to Beth to provide you some further information that we found out yesterday late regarding the situation at the residence that was impacted. So with that, Beth.
Thank you, Director, members of the board. During several briefings, the question related to insurance, whether it's the landowner's insurance or the district's insurance, whether a claim had been filed with them. Based on what we could find out, a claim has not been filed with either insurance companies because the source of the leak or water can't be precisely identified. One can assume it came from the water tank that was uphill from the residents. However, based on comments from the district's engineer, even a detailed study may not be able to confirm or deny that information. So that is what we found out related to the insurance. With concerns related to paying for repairs at a private residence, the one time I can remember specifically that having to happen was an instance of sewage backing up in people's basements and there being feet of raw sewage in the basement. However, there's really no questioning where that comes from. That comes from the system, which is generally a governmentally owned entity. Therefore, the insurance issue wasn't as big of an issue. Furthermore, they had filed with their insurance company for that instance. I can't think of any other situation where the board has paid for repairs at a private residence. I can't say it hasn't happened, but I'm not aware of it. Talking with our AG representatives, a solution to this would be adding a condition to the director's recommendation to fund the request, is to add a condition that no state funds will be utilized to make repairs at the private residence. And essentially what this does is it's a 50-50 grant as it stands right now and as it's presented. What we would do with the final request for funds, we would adjust the percentage that that was reimbursed at to make up the difference. They would still get the full amount of their grant. However, none of those grant funds would be used to do work at the residence. So, or we just don't fund that part of the request. Those are kind of the options we came up with that may address concerns amongst staff as well as board members.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. And I think Mr. Peters or Mr. Miller is on, and I had a quick question for them just about 16.6 concerns there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're on.
Yeah, go ahead. I just was curious because although I think Ms. Blackwell talked about sewage and there's certainly something there, in this case, it would, the 16.6 provisions of not, benefiting an individual seem to me maybe pertinent. I just was curious.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and we haven't had a, sorry, this is Pat Miller from the AG's office. We have not had the opportunity to examine this in great detail, but from our understanding, there would likely be a 16.6 issue, or there could potentially be a 16.6 issue. So the easiest solution would be to require the state funds only be used to benefit the applicant in this case, and forbid the use of those funds on anything other than the applicant's costs. And then that way, because it's only half, there would still be additional funding available to cover any other concerns. And it would be certainly possible for the town or the county to make other arrangements for that.
Thank you. I saw the superintendent had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know I'm not asking you to be a crystal ball, Beth, but I'm a little curious. There's a temporary fix on it. I feel like if we put a condition on it that you described, there's still going to be public funds that potentially would go toward, maybe not state funds, but public funds that would go toward the repair at a residence. And maybe that's not our business. If the county or the district or whomever wants to do that, that's okay. But I'd like some assurance from the insurance companies, a little more assurance than what you all have received so far. And so would it be, I guess, how good is the temporary fix? Can we put a hold on this? Because at this point, as far as I can tell, the fix is not causing the emergency to exacerbate in terms of raw sewage, human safety, the conditions for an emergency. So I guess I'm wondering if we could defer this until we get a little better grip on or grasp on the insurance company, both for the district as well as for the residents.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball. It broke during CRG meetings. I dropped it, I think, during the 16-hour one. But I think that's a question maybe better addressed by the district, as they can express how temporary that fix is, and if, you know, delaying consideration of this till the June meeting would be cause some hardship or a burden, right?
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman and Beth. I guess the bottom line is that the district and the residents are gonna not be as motivated to fulfill a claim if there's funding pending. Not that it wouldn't, and I would say the insurance companies may not be as keen to grant a claim if they know that it's covered otherwise. So I guess I'm just looking for a little bit more assurance, and you're right, maybe the district or potential resident could answer some of those questions. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I do recognize that there's a Mr. Bruce, Mr. Steve Bruce, who has got his hand raised. Mr. Bump, does Mr. Bruce want to address the board?
Mr. Chairman, go ahead, Mr. Bruce.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, board and staff, thank you for this opportunity. The district's water tank is in dire condition. The bottom of the tank had a great big open hole in it, and the buckling that has happened in the bottom of that tank makes that repair just almost day to day. So their drinking water source is in dire need of help. Regarding the insurance claim, that was kind of before my time on this project, but I think that speaking for the district, I was hoping that the president of the board could be on here, but he's on the road, and it sounds like he's not able to dial in. But I don't think the board members would want any conditions on funds to repair that residence to stand in the way of the greater project, and that is the water tank.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Any questions for Mr. Bruce? I'm not hearing any. I see that there's a Mr. Peterson who has raised his hand. Mr. Bump, does Mr. Peterson want to address the board?
Hi, this is Nick Peterson. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, this is Nick Peterson with the Freedom Hills Improvement Service Board. We were under the impression originally that the insurance wouldn't cover it because we couldn't identify 100% where the water leak was coming from at the time. So we went ahead and we already did the repairs and paid for those already. The only thing we have left to do once the driveway dries out is to finish the dirt work on the driveway. So all the repairs on the property that had water damage is done at this point. We're just mainly concerned about replacing the tank at this point.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Peterson? Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Peterson, do you know what the cost of repairs was?
If I remember right, I don't have the piece of paper directly in front of me, but it came to about $12,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
so I have a question for Beth, I think, or maybe someone. I understand putting a stipulation that no state funds would go towards that endeavor, but I'm wondering, should it be completely calculated out of the project in its entirety? Perhaps. Or so we potentially just tweak the match percentage a little bit. Because if we think, I guess what I'm getting at is if we think that's not an expenditure that we would want to play part in, or that we would not be supportive of that expenditure, it doesn't seem like that should be contemplated in our match either. So, I mean, they've got plenty of excess match because the match requirement is 0, correct, Beth? So, so maybe sorry, I'm bumbling around here. So maybe an updated calculation perhaps on if that expense was removed, not just from the state side, but from the project in its entirety, if that makes sense. And that way, if insurance did come in later, we don't have any issues. You know, the district has still met its match requirement. So that's kind of where I would head, perhaps.
So, Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, a couple things related to your questions. Through Handy Dandy IM, our AG rep was able to say we may not need to do something that far, in the sense that when we review their request for payment, we could just, once the project's done and we have all the invoices, the funds that are left that would have been used for the home repairs, if they don't submit those invoices, then all the funds would just be reverted back to the pot. Could be an easier way to do it, rather than adjusting percentages right now. Because essentially, if you took out, I would think if you took out the $12,000, we would still be at a 50-50%. Because you would take $6,000, I assume, out of our request and $6,000 from the entity's portion. However, I do want to confirm with the entity that the cost that they are submitting, the full amount of the project, did include those costs for the repairs at the residence. I don't want to shortchange them if we're assuming those costs were included and they were not.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Well, board, I think you have a couple of options in front of us. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll try, Mr. Chairman. I would move that the director's recommendation that we grant emergency MRG funding to the Freedom Hills Improvement and Service District application, with the stipulation that no funding goes to any repairs either in the past or future at the private residence involved.
Second.
That's been seconded by the superintendent, moved by the auditor. Is there any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Hearing none. I do not have the treasurer on my screen, but if he says an aye, I'll hear it. I'm going to move to a vote. Thumbs up or an aye? Thumbs up from the auditor, the secretary, the superintendent, myself, and Mr. Treasurer has the thumbs up too. We're good. That motion carries. Thank you, Madam Director. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter is J1, to consider funding the City of Cheyenne Stormwater Interceptor Project. During the 2019 general session of the Wyoming Legislature, legislation was passed which provided authority for the State Loan and Investment Board to award up to $3 million to assist the City of Cheyenne with construction of a stormwater interceptor project to protect the Capitol complex, including the Capitol building and the Hirschler building. The legislation requires the board to consult with the city to identify the most efficient means to construct a stormwater interceptor project. At the February 6, 2020 board meeting, an amount of $215,000 was awarded to the city for the design of the 26th Street Interceptor project. At the June 4th, 2020 board meeting, a request to reserve the remaining balance for construction costs for the project was approved. A condition of the board's approval was that prior to any of the obligated funds being dispersed for construction costs, the city would submit a request for the funds as well as supporting documentation for the board's approval at a regularly scheduled meeting. OSLI's project engineer has been working with the city throughout the design project. He's also been a liaison with the state construction department and the city. Bids for the construction portion of the project were opened on March 10th of 2021. The low bidder, well, 4 contractors bid on the project. The low bidder is PEI Wyoming LLC. The amount of the bid was for $3,234,843. You'll recall that there is a breakdown in as far as who owes what. So there's a city portion, there's a Board of Public Utilities portion, and a state portion. The state portion of that is $1,524,302. Today, the city is asking for $1,768,779, which includes the state's portion of that contractor bid in the amount I just mentioned, plus an additional $244,477 for construction engineering and I believe a water tap. So for purposes of today, we are recommending that the board go ahead and approve utilization of $1,768,779 of the obligated $2,785,000 to assist with construction funding for the city's 26th Street Interceptor project. And before any remaining obligated funds are utilized by the city to cover any unforeseen additional construction costs beyond the agreed to bid price, the City of Cheyenne must again submit a request for such funds along with supporting documentation for staff review and approval by the board.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any questions for the director or staff? I think we all know the importance of this project, so what I would entertain a motion at this point.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation that we approve utilization of $1,768,779 of the obligated funds to assist with funding for the 26th Street Interceptor project. And with the note that any remaining obligated funds before they're utilized by the city to cover unforeseen construction costs above and beyond the agreed to bid price of $3,234,843, the city of Cheyenne must submit a request for such funds along with supporting documentation for review to OSLI and approval by the board.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, thumbs up or an aye. I have thumbs up from all members of the board. Thank you. That's unanimous. That motion carries, and thank you all. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter is J2, which is for the board to consider an application from the University of Wyoming under the Supplemental Coverage Program for University Revenue Bonds. A little background: on March 1st, OSLI and the Treasurer's Office received an email from the university stating that it was interested in applying for the state supplemental coverage program under Wyoming Statute 941003. It's been a while since the board has reviewed anything under this program. I think it was 2012 and maybe late 2011 since we last looked at this. In mid-March, March 16th, OSLI received the university's application not to exceed $83 million in total for presentation to the board at this meeting. The university is submitting the application to capture debt service savings, which would provide both operation and budgetary relief. This will allow for the university to reduce costs and possibly realize a significant reduction in debt service depending on market conditions. The purpose of the application or bond issuance is to refund Series 2010B, 2010C, and 2011B, not to exceed $39.52 million in total. To acquire the Bison Run Village Apartments, not to exceed $15.5 million. Advance refund Series 2012A and 2012B, not to exceed $27.98 million, and pay costs of issuance associated with the transaction. We understand the university did receive legislative authority for the Bison Run revenue bonds during this past legislative session that ended yesterday. Per the application, the estimated net present value savings in total are approximately $12.1 million. UW's minimum savings threshold is 3% net present value debt service savings. They anticipate the expected dated date to be May 4th. However, actual savings will not be known until the date of offering, so the university has requested flexibility through the end of the year, depending on economic circumstances at the time of pricing. So it's our recommendation that the board approve the university's request for supplemental coverage for the refunding of outstanding university bond series 2010B, not to exceed $18.04 million, 2010C, not to exceed $18.07 million, 2011B, not to exceed $3.41 million, acquire the university's Bison Run Village through revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $15.5 million, advance refund the Series 2012A not to exceed $21.6 million, and the Series 2012B not to exceed $6.37 million. Additionally, we recommend the board provide the university flexibility to refund the Series 2010A, 2010B, 2011B, 2012A, and 2012B bonds, depending on economic circumstances at the time of pricing through the end of calendar year. So that would be December 31st, 2021. I believe there are a number of folks from the university here that would be happy to address the board. I understand we have David Jewell, Ashley Reese, Ryan Jardine, Thomas Topher, and Fred Marienthal. Hopefully I pronounced those all correctly.
Thank you. And before I recognize them, any questions for the staff from the board? Seeing none, who would like to go first, Mr. Jewell or
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Sure, happy to entertain any questions or comments that we may have regarding this request for the supplemental program for the refinancing or refunding of the university's existing debt, but also then, as the director stated, the ability to also look at acquiring what was originally a P3 public-private partnership on the Bison Run project, and to bring that fully onto the university's balance sheet and to realize substantial net present value savings regarding the debt for that project, and leverage the university's and the state's much stronger credit rating than the private entity has to date.
Thank you, Mr. Jewell. One quick question in my mind is, where is the university's capacity at this point, just generally speaking? I can't remember all the bond issue. These are all the bond issuances that we have. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Governor, I believe there's an additional series that we have not listed, which would be a 2016 series. Its outstanding par is about another $5.8 million. That's right now. Those are not being requested to be put into this program, given that call date is not until June 1st, 2026, and so well outside the window. So what we've listed today would be all the university's existing debt, except that additional outstanding par of about $5.8 million.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Jewell? Seeing none. Who else? Mr. Marienthal, are you bond counsel? Is that correct?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm Fred Marienthal with the law firm of QTAC Rock, and we're bond counsel to the university on this transaction. Had the pleasure of working with the university for much of this century and a little into the past century as well. And looking forward to helping on this transaction to affect approximately $10 million in present value savings for the university.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Marienthal? Any other questions? Any other comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah. Are we going to need two motions? One for the Bison Village Run. It looks like there's a different statutory authorization, or can we just do one to authorize all of the Wyoming requests for supplemental coverage?
Mr. Marienthal, it looked like you had a comment on that.
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Mr. Meyer, who would that question be for? Would that be a Mr. Peters or Mr. Miller question?
Well, if the bond counsel doesn't know, then I don't know if anybody else does.
I'll take either two. I'll either take two motions or one motion.
Or two motions or one motion. Well,
I'm fine either way, sir.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, if that's the case, then I'll just make one motion to approve the supplemental coverage from the University of Wyoming revenue bonds as they are listed in the miscellaneous manners, or do you want me to enumerate those?
No, that's fine. I think you moved the director's recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's been moved. It's, I think, seconded by the secretary. Am I right, there, Mr. Secretary? Yep. With that, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Thumbs up all the way across the board. Madam Director, that motion carries. Are there any more matters to come before the State Board Loan and Investment Board?
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board. So we do have the Board of Land Commissioners left for today.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You bet.
With your leave, I will let us adjourn the State Loan and Investment Board. I would recommend we take just a little bit of a break and then reconvene as the Board of Land Commissioners. Does that make sense to all of you? Okay. So I see it is now 1:30. I'm aware, Madam Superintendent, you've got something that you need to do at 2. So let's take the 5 to 10, and then we'll try to move through this if that works. Thank you. Well, Madam Auditor, Madam Superintendent, how are you? Happy it's all over?
I'm not sure anything's all over.
What were you doing?
We had a legislative session.
Oh, that. I thought you were talking about your COVID shot or something.
Ed must have missed it.
I didn't have to deal with all the stuff that the superintendent did.
I think the superintendent's got even more to do.
I just don't know what it is yet.
Don't worry, they'll tell you.
My video is, there we go.
Madam Director, I finally found this setting that has no, everybody who is not on screen is off it. So, but, oh, Jason, it looks like you're in a wonderful place.
Yeah, good vibes from Teton County, always coming down to Cheyenne.
Are you glamping, Jason?
I'm gonna ask if you're on the Kelly parcel right now.
Yes to all of those.
Wow, you make poor Holly stay in the office, and there you are out in the beautiful outdoors.
Seniority, seniority.
Madam
I'm not there
Madam Director, I believe we have a quorum. I don't see the treasurer, but the auditor and the superintendent and the secretary are on. I imagine the treasurer will join us in a moment.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. The first thing on the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners is to approve the meeting minutes from the January 21st, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting and the February 4th, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting. And I'll leave it to your discretion whether to take those together or individually.
Thank you. I will leave it to the discretion of a motion maker. There's the treasurer.
There we go. Man, couldn't get that video started. Huh.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of the Board of Land Commissioners minutes from January 21st, 2021 and February 4th, 2021.
That motion's been made. Is there support for that motion? Is there a second? That is a second by the secretary. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion of made by the auditor, thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
Faster. An aye from the treasurer and thumbs up from everyone else. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything further to add at this point, but we would stand for any questions the board might have.
Any questions of the staff on the matters behind tab B? Seeing none, let's proceed to the next.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we've provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of the board members individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire, but I do note that even with the board's approval of the items on the consent list, none of the leases, easements, or permits will be issued until such time as OSLI staff has verified that the applicants have fully complied with all applicable statutes, rules, regulations, and other agency requirements. So with that, I'm prepared to suggest a consent list.
Would love that. Thank you.
Okay. D2 through D4, D6 through D7, E1 through E7, F1 through F5, G1 through G2, H2, and I1.
So, Madam Director, if I'm correct on this, you recommended items D2 through D4, D6 through D7, E1 through E7, F1 through F5, G1 and 2, H2, and I1 for inclusion on a consent list.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
That motion has been made by Superintendent Balo, seconded by the Secretary. Any discussion? All in favor of the consent list as enumerated, signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Now I would entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendations on the matters that are on that consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of accepting the director's recommendations on the items on the consent list, signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is C1, which is to consider adoption of the amended rules and regulations of the State Board of Land Commissioners, Chapter 9, governing fire danger closures. We have Bill Crapser, State Forester, with us today to bring the board up to speed. Bill.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we brought this to you in your February meeting, asking to start the normal rulemaking procedures to amend the fire restriction closure rules. We've been working on this with county fire wardens for a couple years. The goal is we had some pretty archaic rules, to modernize them and to make some consistency with the federal agencies, so we're all talking the same language. We sent the proposed rules out for public comment. The 45-day period passed. We had no comments on the public comment period. After the public comment was over, we did receive a letter from the Fire Advisory Board, which is the board of directors of the Rural Firemen's Association, supporting the changes. So what we have before you today is to accept the modified rules, and we'll move forward with the new rules.
Thank you, Mr. Crapser. Are there any questions from Mr. Crapser or members of the staff?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, briefly, could you tell us what a stage 1 restriction is? So we just kind of, or is there some place that we can go and find a list of stage 1 and stage 2 restrictions? So if somebody asks us what we did, we actually know what it was.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, in the new rules, it spells out what stage 1, stage 2 is. The new rules are attached to the board agenda. The quick answer is stage 1 is pretty close to what we used to call partial restrictions.
Okay.
So that would
I don't see anything in my book, so I guess I'll have to go online. I don't see anything in my book.
Actually, it's under tab 4, Mr. Treasurer.
Tab 4. Wow. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? Hearing none. I would entertain a motion. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the board adopt the proposed amended rules for Chapter 9 governing fire danger closures, incorporating the recommended additional changes based on further agency review, and approve the statement of principal reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor the motion to accept the new rules, signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I have thumbs up and an eye. So that motion carries. Excellent work. Thank you, Mr. Crabster.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is D1. Generally, these would be on a consent list. However, we understand that there is a Mr. Bill Heiser who may wish to object to a couple of the assignments for grazing and agricultural leasing, specifically lease number 3-7525 from Beaver Valley LLC and or Terry and Jeannie Stahman to Monty Nealon, and lease number 3-8479 from Beaver Valley LLC to Monty Nealon.
All right. Do we have anyone here, Mr. Bump, who wants to address the board? We do.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Bill Heiser.
And Mr. Heiser is here. So I think, Madam Director, I'm assuming that both of those will be ones that are worth discussing. So I guess I'm trying to think, board, if it makes sense to include all the grazing leases or assignments in this tab in a consent list, and then remove those that are going to be discussed. Does that seem like an appropriate, or we can do, I guess I'm trying to make it easier than, we can go one at a time. Mr. Secretary, it looks like he's scratching his head and figuring this out. Do you have a recommendation, Mr. Secretary?
I like the way you're thinking. I'm just trying to figure out, Director, do you have, I was just looking for the numbers real quick that we need to take out.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, the numbers that would be taken out would be lease number 3-7525 from Beaver Valley and or Terry and Jeannie Stahman to Monty Nealon, and lease number 3-8479 from Beaver Valley to Monty Nealon. The rest we would recommend for approval in whichever way the board would like to go about it. We are unaware of any other objections to those listed on D1.
So what I'm going to recommend, Mr. Secretary and members of the board, is that we hear from Mr. Heiser if those are the two grazing leases that he is particularly want to discuss. And then I'm going to ask if there's anyone else that wants to approach the board on any other leases, and then I would then we can proceed, if that makes sense. So Mr. Heiser, if you want to address the board, are you particularly wanting to talk about the matters on 3-7525 and 3-8479?
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I hope that you're able to hear me. It does appear that you are perfect. Those are the two leases that I would like to discuss, and so I am happy to consent to the others being approved on a consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. Let me, Mr. Bump, just let me ask if there is anyone else who has an item. There's a Mr. Nealon. Mr. Nealon. If you're wanting to address the board, Mr. Nealon, I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to address the board with respect to any comments made by Mr. Heiser.
And I fully appreciate that. Just So you understand we have a number of other leases, assignments of leases here, and I just wanted to make sure that we got to these two, that we could withdraw them, and if anyone else had another matter on this list that we could.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I understand.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bump, is there anyone else? Hearing none. Mr. Secretary, I don't know if my suggestion made sense, but I would think put all the matters on the consent list, and then we'll withdraw the two, or we can do all, yeah, we can do everything but those two. That might be what might be simpler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move for inclusion on a consent list, all matters on tab D1 with the exception of lease numbers 3-7525 and 3-8479.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second for that motion? It has been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the consent list as put forward by the secretary, signify by saying aye with thumbs up. We have thumbs up from the auditor, the superintendent. Mr. Treasurer, is that an aye?
Aye.
It is an aye. That motion carries. I'll now entertain a motion to accept all the matters on the consent list under tab D1 with the exception of 3-7525 and 3-8479. All in favor, signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Mr. Chairman, did you need a motion first?
What?
Did you need a motion first?
Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself, so I do need a motion.
I would, yes.
It's moved and it's seconded by the auditor. Thank you. Now we can do the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping us on track here, Madam Auditor. With that, Madam Director, I think 3-7525, the football is yours.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that the assignment of lease 3-7525 from Beaver Valley LLC and or Terry and Jeannie Stamen to Monte Nealon, that Mr. Heiser wanted to speak to that, as well as to the assignment of lease number 3-8479 from Beaver Valley to Monte Nealon. He had some comments to make about that. So with your concurrence, I would have Mr. Heiser make whatever comments he's wishing to make to the board at your direction.
Thank you, Mr. Heiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board, and Madam Director and Assistant Director Crowder. It's good to see you. I appreciate the opportunity to address this matter with you. Mr. Chairman, 2 days ago, as you well know, you vetoed Senate File 114 and Senate Enrolled Act 54, which is the statute that is on the books relative to both the leasing and the preference issues related to leasing, and then also includes a reference to the assignments. I think maybe it's fortuitous that we are talking about this today in light of the work that had been done relative to adjusting that statute at the behest of this board. And I will certainly acknowledge that this board works very hard with respect to managing grazing leases on the Wyoming state lands, and that, as you will hear today, it often brings to light many interesting and unique and novel concepts. In that respect, I would like to just again, in looking at the veto and the letter that the chairman artfully put together, and I think addressed exactly some of the concerns. One of the concerns that was set forth in there was the swing of the legislature toward this view of adjacency, and whether the preference ought to be based solely on whether you have adjacent land. Now, I'm not here to argue that issue today. I do think it's important, and I think Governor Gordon also realized that in his letter, that adjacency is one of the issues, and the Wyoming Supreme Court has recognized that the continuity of agricultural operations are something that are important, and the ability to be able to rely on those is also important. And so I'm not here to necessarily argue that, except in the context of where we are in this particular situation, that statute actually comes back into play in consideration of what's going on with respect to leases. I will be addressing both of these leases together, and in that I will point out that lease 7525 is for approximately, I have that here, approximately 2,700 state acres, and lease 8479 is for one section, 640 acres. Historically, since at least the early 1990s, the deeded lands, BLM allotments, and state leases that are at issue here were conveyed together as an operating unit. Recently, my client, the 46 Ranch, and Jason King, its manager, purchased the deeded lands, BLM allotments, and was intending to purchase 4 state leases from Pinnacle Bank, who had foreclosed on them against the Stamens and/or Beaver Valley LLC. Due to some technicalities that I'm happy to answer if you want me to get into those, the 2 state leases at issue, 3-7525 and 38479, were not included in that foreclosure process. However, they were contractually included in the sale of the property to my client. And as pointed out before, that has always been used as an operating unit. Now, I had provided to you, and I don't know if it's possible for the staff to put up the map that I had provided of the pastures at issue, or if you have that in your packets. I'd like to, it's easier to talk about this and understand exactly what's going on if you have that map.
Madam Director, or Jason, or Holly, do we have that map?
Mr. Chairman, yeah.
Go ahead, Jason.
I do have it in an email. I'll find it and I'll put it up on the screen as Mr. Heiser's speaking.
Okay. And I'm happy to do that too if I have screen sharing ability. I'm just not sure that I have that.
Mr. Bump, does that capacity exist?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've just promoted Mr. Heiser to a panelist.
Oh, thank you. Do you all have a map in front of you?
We do, or at least I see a map.
Oh, and I need to point out this map, and I can actually, let me do it this way. Do you still have a map? This is the map that I provided, and if you're able to, I think if you can see my hand, my cursor there, I need to point out that actually is an error on my behalf. That section is not part of lease 3-7525. That actually is a separate lease together with this section within this BLM allotment that is owned by Charles McIntosh, or leased by Charles McIntosh. So as you can see in this configuration in this map, this is property that is near but south and east of Jeffrey City, Wyoming, and Fremont County. And each of these 3 pastures that involve the respective leases are, the majority of land within them is BLM land that is administered by the BLM. But these various pastures are part of allotments And those allotments and all of the grazing in each of these three pastures, which is this mountain pasture, which is approximately give or take 40,000 acres. There is the Leckenby pasture, and then there's also the 46 pasture. In these various allotments, and the way that works is the BLM manages those as a common area. And so it's important to understand there's no fencing except the boundaries of these allotments are fenced, but interior, there's no fencing in any of these allotments, which means that the BLM ground, the state ground, and the deeded ground all is rangeland for livestock that's placed in that area. And again, it's important to realize that historically, since at least the early 80s, each of these pastures has been in place with the BLM and has been operated as an allotment with the BLM together with the owner of the deeded ground that actually was conveyed to my client, the 46 Ranch. Previously, it was initially in the names of the McIntosh family, and there were several gyrations within the McIntosh family as people died. It then was conveyed to a George Weston, then conveyed to Casper Heavenly View LLC, then subsequently conveyed to Terry Stamen / Beaver Valley. And then from there, Pinnacle Bank foreclosed on that property and then ultimately sold that property to my client, the 46 Ranch. At issue, and the challenge that is going on in this case is during that dispute between Pinnacle Bank and the Stamens Beaver Valley, these two leases at issue were assigned to Monty Nealon. Mr. Nealon is an accomplished attorney in Nebraska, a Nebraska resident, and has submitted the application to have these leases transferred to him as compensation for legal services that he provided to the Stamens and/or Beaver Valley. The problem with that is if these leases are stripped from the original operating unit, agricultural unit, that creates a huge difficulty on a couple of fronts. One is that certainly dissipates the ability of the operator to continue to operate, but it also presents a challenge with respect to these allotments. And just this morning, I received a copy of the BLM's denial of Mr. Nealon's request for an exchange of use grazing agreement within these three allotments, which basically means that Mr. Nealon will be restricted from to having his livestock solely on these state leases if they should be assigned, meaning that they would need to be fenced or his livestock would be trespassing on BLM and/or deeded ground within those allotments. It's highly unlikely that that's going to be something that can happen, which then raises the issue of whether Mr. Nealon has actual and necessary use for this livestock leases and whether he can actually do anything to make use of that within the confines of these BLM allotments. So with that, and coming with that, I guess, and coming back to this question of adjacency, while I agree, Governor Gordon, with the veto of that bill, because I think it did strip away a lot of the discretion, I don't think it was the intention, and I certainly don't think it's your intention to say that adjacency is no longer relevant. I think what we're really trying to say is there needs to be a balance, and this board needs to have the discretion to look at things and determine when it makes sense to issue a lease based on what that's going to be, including the economic factors and the adjacency factors. But even more telling, I think, is the question of what do you do when it comes to an assignment, especially if you have a circumstance where the adjacency of the property to other land was considered in granting the preference. And what we have in this circumstance is what I'm going to call a stripping of these leases from that operation and taking them completely outside of that operation and attempting to, on the free market, convey these leases to an outside party who has nothing to do with those operations. It's hard to say what, if any, agricultural use would ever be made of these properties within these BLM allotments. Specifically, I guess I want to make sure that I address the provision on assignment, which is 365105D. That's the one that says if a state lease, if a lessee of state land shall assign any part of the lease area, the lease shall be subject to cancellation unless such assignment or sublease or contract is approved by the director. In this particular instance, we're asking that not be approved. However, the statute goes on and says, subject to criteria established by the Board of Land Commissioners. And to my knowledge, there's not been any specific written criteria. That doesn't mean that the board should not have criteria to consider when it's doing and considering assignments, because I think it's important that the board do that. Because without having criteria to review when looking at these assignments, you allow a situation where a lease can be procured in essence by a straw man and then subsequently conveyed to someone else without the same type of review that goes into effect when you're having the preliminary application. And in fact, it's interesting because when you look at the application for an initial lease, there are a lot of questions that go relative to the preference. But when you go into the assignment form, the only thing that it really asks for is a copy of the deed or conveyance. And by asking for a copy of the deed or conveyance, I think that gives the director and the office the opportunity to look at that and say, okay, is this consistent with what's going on? Is this really an assignment of the operations, or are we stripping out and taking this lease outside of what was previously the agricultural operation and creating another problem? Specifically in this case, the problem is created by Mr. Neeland in these grazing allotments is it puts now my client, the owner of these grazing allotments, in a catch-22 situation. For years, historically, he and his predecessors have turned livestock into these three pastures pursuant to the BLM allotment without any issue. Now, if it turns livestock into these allotments, there will be the issue because of the statute relating to trespass on state lands, which is 369116. Without either permission from the from state lands to graze on that property, my client's livestock that wanders onto the state lands would be trespassing. Likewise, if Mr. Neeland's livestock should leave any of those state lands, it would be trespassing on either BLM or deeded ground in that respect. And I don't think that's what is envisioned in the free assignability of these state leases. In fact, I think what we're really saying is there shouldn't be free assignability of these state leases. What there really should be is a criteria that continues the circumstance under which the leases were originally granted, and provided that is continuing on, then the state wouldn't step in, as you just approved a whole bunch of assignments on the consent agenda. But if there's a circumstance where the historical operation and the basis of the lease is going to be modified substantially, then that needs to be reviewed and considered, and a determination whether needs to be made, whether that lease would be canceled. So with respect to that, I guess let me get to, I guess one other comment that I want to make. I know that the board has enacted emergency rules to recognize what was going on, and that was done prior to the submission of the proposal to the legislature to change those things. But I'm thinking that those emergency rules were one of the things that the commissioners looked at and felt was important to review in looking at the granting of leases. And I'm saying now also in reviewing the assignment of leases. And that is the four things that you'd look at in the event that you have equal rentals. And I think those really apply specifically when you're having an assignment. Although I think it's important to consider, as this statute is looked at and hopefully amended in the future, that how do we dovetail original applications together with assignments. But specifically, I think it's important to recognize, and I know this board recognizes, that it's of importance whether the applicant is a bona fide resident of the state of Wyoming, whether the applicant is authorized to transact business in the state of Wyoming, does the applicant have actual and necessary use for the land, and is the applicant the owner, lessee, or lawful occupant of adjoining land to the vacant land. And I'm not going to get into the vacant land discussion. We've had that before, and it's probably ripe for another day, and certainly ripe for looking at the circumstance when the legislation is revisited. But it's really important to realize that that is at least the historical basis upon which many agricultural operations have been constructed and are operated moving forward. And it's important to consider that both in the application, but also in the assignment of these leases. So in conclusion, I guess what I would like to say is, if we don't do something to address the assignability of these leases, then we're going to have a circumstance where anybody who has a lease is basically free to assign that to anyone else without much that the board can do. And I don't think that was ever the intention of the Constitution, nor was it the intention of the legislature. And I certainly don't think it was the intention of this board to just say, look, they're freely assignable and you can assign them to whomever you want. I think it's important for the board to realize its primary function is always the best interests of its trust beneficiaries. But the Supreme Court has also recognized that there are some preferences that are allowable and should be in place to perpetuate the agricultural operations that are based on the existence and the reliability of the opportunity to receive these. So what I am asking the board to do, and I think initially, one of the options, in fact, I'll give you the option that I don't want, but what I think is available to you, is to deny this request and proceed to cancel the leases. I don't know that that's necessarily the first option that ought to be taken. That seems to be kind of the nuclear option. I would request that this request be tabled, that the matter be sent back to the director to fully investigate the situation, and possibly including a contested case hearing to develop all of the evidence relative to this, including the historical operations, have that presented to the board, and in the same time that the board provides some additional direction and clarification to the director concerning what the criteria is for a lease, and when that criteria is brought into play, the need for further examination for those assignments. So thank you again for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I know that Mr. Nealon would like to address you as well. But thank you for your time, and I'd appreciate your consideration relative to this assignment issue.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're muted.
That was the most brilliant speech I ever gave, so I'm sorry you missed it. Thank you, Mr. Heiser. I just, for the point of just clarity, I wanted to make sure that we understood that my veto letter was really specifically about a particular piece of legislation that really talked about vacant lands only. And I just wanted to make sure that we were clear about that. It didn't talk to statute as it is now. Are there any questions for Mr. Heiser before we let Mr. Nealon address the board? Yes, Auditor Racinas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Heiser, I'm not a rancher, so I tend to ask some silly questions sometimes, but one thing you repeated multiple times was that cattle would be trespassing if they were to go on state land or wherever. And I had the understanding that Wyoming is actually a fence out state, and it very specifically excludes that from trespassing. But perhaps my understanding is incorrect. So could you address that, please?
Absolutely, Madam Auditor, and thank you for the opportunity to do that, because you are absolutely correct that Wyoming is a fence out state, but that really is as it relates to private parties. In particular, the BLM has switched that around and said, no, you have an obligation to fence in, and you cannot allow your livestock to trespass on BLM lands. So when it involves the BLM, that rule is in fact changed. Secondarily, as I read and as I've been involved on a couple of occasions, Wyoming statute 36.9.116, which is the trespass statute, says that any person who shall use or who shall occupy any state land without a lease or certificate of purchase, or any person who shall use or occupy state lands for more than 30 days after the cancellation or expiration of his lease, unless he shall be a purchaser thereof, shall be a trespasser. And in a couple other matters that I have had, that's been an issue as to whether or not allowing livestock on state lands without the existence of a valid lease constituted trespass. I don't know that there's ever been the director's position that they were going to pursue any of that, but I think it certainly is a valid issue and a valid concern. And while I've got just a minute, I do want to respond to Governor Gordon. Your Honor, I actually believe exactly what you said. I do agree that this was a specific direction for a specific piece of legislation. I have reviewed your letter, and I agree that that's exactly what it is. It just happens to be the most recent thing that's happened in this statute, and I appreciate that for what it is. I do think it's important to go forward and address that in the next legislative session. And I think there's a lot of things that can be done to make the leasing of state lands more beneficial and with a higher return on the investment. But I also think at that same time that it's able to perpetuate the ongoing viability of ranching family and other operations that use state lands in their agricultural activities. So I appreciate your comment, and I certainly agree with you.
Thank you. Further questions from Mr. Heiser? Mr. Meyer.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah. A question. You said several times of what you think the law should be in regards to assignment, in that it should have all of these characteristics of a lease, but can you cite any statute as to what the law in assignments is that actually directs the board or the director into putting in conditions and qualifications and any other aspect that you propose that should be in the law? Is it actually in the law?
Sure. Thank you, Treasurer Meyer. Actually, I will say I believe it is in the law. That's in 36.5.105 subsection D, which, and I'll leave out the parts that don't apply to our situation. But if the lessee of state land shall assign any part of the lease area, the lease shall be subject to cancellation unless such assignment or sublease or contract is approved by the director subject to criteria established by the Board of Land Commissioners. So that is legislatively there for the Board of Land Commissioners to have criteria upon approving when they will approve assignments.
No, well, that's not my question. My question, does any criteria exist? There's the authorization, but is there any criteria that you know of the board or in director's rules that is available today, essentially to hang your hat on?
And to my knowledge, I'm not aware of that. I have inquired of the director's office, and I don't believe there is anything from past legislatures that have done that. By the same token, I would say I don't believe that precludes you from doing it now.
Are you familiar with the concept of ex post facto?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Okay. How can we make a rule today on something that's already happened and expect that rule to be enforceable on something that's already happened then?
Well, because the answer to that is I believe you are in the position of being in the executive branch, and you are in the position of saying, okay, how do we manage what is happening right now? And how do we manage what's going on? Much like you made emergency rules in advance of the legislation that established what was going on with respect to leasing of vacant lands, you're in a position where you can say, we have issues that need to be addressed relative to assignments. And I think you have some guidance historically based on the precedent as what those assignments should be. And what I'm hoping
very well might work for somebody that applied for an assignment a month from the time that the rules were promulgated and put into place. But I don't believe we can reach back, but we just have a difference of opinion there.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer and Mr. Heiser. Are there other questions? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Director or Deputy Director, are there any comments that you would like to make at this point before we recognize Mr. Nealon?
Mr. Chairman, I would just note that a lot of what Mr. Heiser stated has to do with actual leasing, not with assignments themselves. But I would also defer to Deputy Director Crowder as he was involved in processing this, and perhaps he has some additional facts and information that I don't have.
Thank you, Madam Director. Mr. Deputy Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think maybe at this point, I can just give you what we typically do and what we did with this particular application for assignment. As Mr. Heiser noted, the statute does give the board the authority to put restrictions or requirements or guidelines on how assignments are to be approved. Within Chapter 4 of the rules, it really doesn't have any more guidance than what the statute has. So we simply measure each applicant against their ability to hold a lease, and then we refer back to 36.1.101, 36.5.101, sorry, to ensure that that applicant can hold the lease and be a qualified applicant at that point. That's the measure we held this applicant to, Mr. Monty Nealon, and he did comply with all of those steps. We also did take that extra step to ensure that the assignment was something that would inure to the greatest benefit of the beneficiaries. And knowing that this lease in this area has a very complicated past, it's a little bit hard to draw a straight line from A to B. So we had to look at what we simply had in the record because the situation up there, as Mr. Heiser's represented, is somewhat dynamic and changes, not just on ranch changes in ownership of the ranch, but also how the BLM is managing those particular allotments. So in our files, we do note that Mr. Nealon has a board approved sublease that did start back in March of 2020. We anticipate or assume that he's using that and is complying with everything we need him to comply with to be a qualified lessee. And then we also noticed that these parcels were subleased a few years past. I don't have those subleases in front of me, but that gives us the indication that these were used individually because those forms were checked as state land subleases only. Many times if a private and a sublease private land and a state land sublease agreement exists, they'll mark both on our application form. In this case, they only marked private. So without doing a lot of lift and a lot of digging into this situation, we would assume that these can be managed by themselves. Again, no field trip was made out there, and really no need for additional phone calls as far as management goes, because that's just not as deep as we typically go in these situations. But at this point, that's what I could offer.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Director. Any questions for either the director or the deputy director? Seeing none, the Secretary if you can, thank you. Seeing none, I'll recognize Mr. Nealon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As has been noted by Mr. Heiser, I do practice law in Nebraska, Colorado, and Wyoming. I practiced in Wyoming for over 20 years. I'm an old Chugwater kid. Just to briefly touch on the issue of adjacency raised by Mr. Heiser, I do own land in Fremont County. I own a small amount of land on which I raise alfalfa. I use the alfalfa to feed cattle in Fremont County. I do have that particular parcel of ground I own is not adjacent to these leases, but it is in the same county. And then as a separate matter, I do have adjacent private land leases to the leases that are in question here. So with respect, changing topics now, with respect to the issue of how it will change the nature of the use of these pastures, because all of a sudden there will be this situation where there are two entities, Mr. King and the 46 Ranch, and then the cattle that I have run there. I think that's somewhat of a red herring. The vast majority of the surrounding BLM leases, so that would be the Leckambie, the Mountain, the 46 is perhaps an exception. I'd have to pull out my map, but the vast majority of the BLM leases in Fremont County, Wyoming, are multi-allotee pastures. That is the norm. And so this is a common situation where you have multiple operators, multiple individuals or ranches or families, each running their own branded cattle on the same pieces of real estate, unfenced, commingled. That's a common situation. And so I don't think that the argument holds water that it's going to change the character of the use of this land that's been in place since the 1980s. That's just not correct. For example, in the Leckambie pasture, I know that Charlie McIntosh, who was one of the names mentioned by Mr. Hauser with respect to the parcel in the southern area of the mountain pasture depicted there on the map, Charlie McIntosh owns the majority of the grazing rights in the Leckambie pasture, but the 46 Ranch owns some, and some of these leases butt up against the Leckambie pasture. They straddle the mountain pasture and the Leckambie pasture. So the notion that there's going to be some sort of change in the nature of the use of the ground if the board were to accept what I understand to be the recommendations of the director to approve these assignments, I think that's just not correct. And so I think what it comes down to, as the treasurer pointed out, it is sort of a request by Mr. Heiser for either a legislative change or a rule change at a minimum in order to afford the sort of relief that Mr. Heiser's client's looking for. The bottom line here is that Pinnacle Bank and Jason King and the 46 Ranch closed a real estate transaction when they both knew or should have known that neither one of those two entities had any legal right or interest in these leases, none. And in fact, they have a written contract that specifies what happens if the bank is unable to convey those leases to Mr. King. And so this is sort of an effort to go back and recreate history and convey what they wish they had based on this notion of adjacency and what had been the history, perhaps as Mr. Heiser points out, since the 1980s or the 1990s, but that's certainly not the law has existed in Wyoming heretofore. It isn't a concept of adjacency. It is the sort of rule and regulation that Mr. Crowder spoke to. And we would just respectfully suggest or request rather that the board accept what I understand to be the recommendation of the director to approve these assignments. And if I'm incorrect with respect to that recommendation, I apologize, but that was what I understood from the information posted on the website. With that, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the board for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Nealon. Can you tell me if the Bureau of Land Management lands that are there, are they Section 3 or Section 15 lands? Do you know?
To be honest, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what those designations even mean.
But, so Section 3 are often just allotments, and Section 15 are those that are outside of allotments and often associated with individual lessees.
My understanding is that they are allotments.
Mr. Crowder, do you have any color you can add to that?
Mr. Chairman, on these lands specifically, I don't, but our history with the Green Mountain area and working with the BLM, it's often commonly referred to the Green Mountain Common Allotment. I don't know the designation though.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for Mr. Nealon? Hearing none, Director or Deputy Director Crowder, I would offer you an opportunity to comment on Mr. Nealon's comments.
Mr. Chairman, again, I would defer to Deputy Director Crowder as he was involved in processing this application for assignment.
Mr. Chairman, I think the only other thing that I would add is Mr. Nealon brought up Pinnacle Bank. Pinnacle Bank was a part of these leases and a part of the conversation in so much as they held a security interest on the lease. They didn't hold any ownership interest of the lease. Security interests are simply noted in our files. The bank sends a request and a notice that they do hold a security interest against that lease. And our response to that is simply that should a reason for these leases to go or to cause them to go to be not in good standing, we would notify the bank and that the bank would have the opportunity to cure that deficiency, if any. But that's the only interest that Pinnacle Bank held in these leases.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak to that issue?
Yes, you may, Mr. Nealon.
This is Monty Nealon.
Yes.
Although I completely agree with what Mr. Crowder just said, actually what we have with respect to Pinnacle Bank sent sort of an ex post facto notice of security interest to the Office of State Lands with regard to these two leases. Pinnacle Bank has did not ever have or file any sort of security interest with respect to these two leases. And it was only long after the fact that they sent those documents to the Office of State Land. They're not valid. And that's why you don't have Pinnacle Bank here today. And that's why Pinnacle Bank did not attempt to foreclose on them. There's nothing to foreclose. It was just a bare naked claim that they sent to the OSLI. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nealon. Mr. Treasurer, did you have any?
No, I just said the plot thickens, Mr. Chairman.
All right. For further questions of anyone from the board? Seeing none. Board, what's your pleasure? I see Auditor Racinas is unmuted. And
Mr.
I see
Chairman.
Secretary too, so go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation on assignments number 3-7525 and 3-8479.
That motion's been made. Before I go for a second, it's been seconded by Secretary Buchanan. Secretary Buchanan, I was going to recognize you anyway. Do you have any more comment to make?
No, sir. Auditor Racines beat me to the motion.
Okay. Thank you. So that motion's been made. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to accept the director's recommendation, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I have a thumbs up from the auditor, from the secretary, and from the treasurer. That makes it unanimous. I think the superintendent is excused. And so, Madam Director, thank you. Thanks for all of those that Mr. Heiser for bringing this to our attention. Next matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter is D5. Matter D5 contains a list of grazing and agricultural lease renewal applications for which we are recommending approval. We do note, however, that in the list, there are 5 leases in which we believe the governor may have a conflict of interest. Those leases include 2-3533, 2-3543, 2-3572, 2-3577, and 2-5606. So it's been suggested that, depending upon how Mr. Chairman, how you'd like to handle this, the board could remove those off the list and do a consent list for the rest of them, and then come back and do the others in which you recuse yourself, or you do have a quorum and you could just recuse yourself. And if they wanted to take it on consent, they could probably.
And thank you for that. I'm happy to remove myself from this discussion if that is helpful. I think we still have enough members of the board. I did note one, I don't know if you picked up, 2-5606.
Yep.
The lease to Nancy Schiffer. Did you go through that one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we did identify that one as well.
Okay. So, Mr. Secretary, if you want to just handle this matter, it's probably easier than trying to remove all of them. Thank you.
Okay. The governor, having recused himself from consideration of matters in board matter D5, I would entertain a motion to consider approval of those grazing and agricultural lease renewals.
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racines.
I would move the director's recommendation of all of the leases described in matter D5, renewal applications for a term of 10 years at the annual rental as shown in the board matter.
All right, you've heard the motion. May I have a second? May I have a second? The treasurer has seconded the motion. Any discussion? And treasurer, I can't hear you.
Yeah, just quickly looking at some of these, we got some of these that are coming in at over $12 and some are coming in at about 5.5, and they're in the same counties, same towns. Just look like adjacent leases on some of them. I'm just a little bit of maybe color from the OSLI about why that much variance, and is it just that some of them have a little competition and the other ones I'm just wondering how often we raise the minimum.
Mr. Crowder, can you address that question?
Mr. Chairman, I can. The minimum is the same for all leases. None of these have been conflicted. None of them have had raised bids. They're all being renewed at the minimum. But what you're seeing here and off of your quick math is the different amount of AUMs that are applied to each parcel. So
Yeah.
based on the forage availability, you're going to have a difference there. And it could be neighboring ranch to neighboring ranch. It could include some farm ground, some irrigated type ground compared to some high rocky ground. But that would be the difference you're noticing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, thumbs up, please. And we have 3 ayes on that, and superintendent's excused, and the governor is recused, so the motion passes.
Thank you, Mr.
And where did he go? Oh, there he is. He's back. The reins are once again yours, sir.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Madam Director.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The next matter for the board's consideration is H1, which is final consideration of the state trust land exchange in Weston County. I would yield the floor to Holly Dyer to provide some more information on that exchange.
Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. Members of the board, today we are having the final consideration of the Weston County Exchange. And I will go ahead and pull up a map for the public. Can everyone see a map?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, everybody.
Oh.
So an overview of some key points. On January 11th in 2020, Weston County Solid Waste District nominated land for a value-for-value exchange for properties located about 6 miles south of Newcastle. Their current landfill is expected to reach capacity and be closed by 2022. Due to strict location parameters in place by DEQ's regulations for new landfill sites, the county hired Tri-Hydro to identify potential areas that would comply with these DEQ requirements. This state parcel is one of the select few that were identified to comply with those requirements, and it is recognized here on this map with the purple hashtag parcel. I will go ahead and zoom in a little bit more for everyone on that map. And this is located on page 5 and 6 of H1 within the board matter. That's also available online for folks that are wondering. As you all know, each transaction proposal is evaluated using the following objectives, which are derived from Wyoming statute and were adopted by the board as evaluation criteria in 2005. It is important to note that that each proposal need not meet all objectives, but that all objectives will be considered by the board, who has the sole discretion to determine how to best manage the state trust lands. The 3 trust land management objectives are: 1, better meet beneficiaries' short and/or long-term objectives by either improving revenue potential or investment opportunities; 2, improve the manageability of the land asset; or 3, meet a specific school or community need. If approved, this proposed transaction is expected to not only meet beneficiaries' short and long-term objectives by maintaining current short-term revenue streams, primarily through agricultural leasing that exists on the current state trust land that we would also be able to tap into on the proposed acquisition parcel. But additionally, this proposed transaction is also expected to meet a specific community need by providing Weston County Solid Waste District with a new site for the county landfill. Some key points about these 2 proposed parcels: the proposed disposal is for 160 acres, which has historically been used for agricultural uses, and it produces about 40 AUMs. In addition, similarly, the proposed acquisition is the same acreage size, of 160 acres, and it also produces 40 AUMs. It's important to note that there is a appraised difference that came in upon review. The disposal was appraised at $72,000. Again, that's the currently owned state trust land highlighted in purple. And the proposed acquisition property was appraised at $80,000. The district has agreed to the exchange without receiving a cash equalization payment from the Board of Land Commissioners and from the state of Wyoming. So essentially, we would be doing a value for value exchange, meeting the trust land management objectives, 2 of the 3, and we would be trading up for a property that would be able to maintain our short-term revenue streams and potentially reposition the state in a better position, being located, having a parcel that's located near recent development, as there is some recent residential development occurring on this county road that is near that peach-colored proposed acquisition parcel. On June 4th of last year, the board directed OSLI to complete the detailed analysis and solicit public comment. We did have that detailed analysis published earlier this year around January 15th, and it has been available for public review for the required 60 days. Additionally, it is worth noting that we held a public hearing on February 11th. All in all, our office has not received any public comments. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to mention that Mr. Bob Hartley is here joining us today representing the Weston County Solid District. And so I would gladly answer any questions that you or other board members have at this time. If not, I would defer to Mr. Hartley if he would like to address the board too.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer. Very nicely done. Any questions for the staff from? Sorry. No questions? Mr. Hartley. We can recognize you, but I think you're on mute.
I am. There, is that better?
You're much better.
Okay, all right. Well, the board, Solid Waste Board here, just like to thank you for your consideration. And we want to thank the staff for guiding us through this. They've been a lot of help to us. And this landfill is going to mean a lot to Weston County. And we're hopeful it'll mean a lot to all of Northeast Wyoming. So thank you for your consideration. I can answer any questions you have.
So since I live in northeastern Wyoming, I can haul my trash over there.
Yep. That's a long haul, Governor.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks. Any questions from Mr. Hartley? Thank you for being here. So members of the board, any further questions or comments? What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation to approve completion of the proposed exchange and to amend grazing and agricultural lease 2-3867 to remove the acres associated with the state trust parcel disposed of.
Thank you, Auditor. It's been seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the director's recommendation and the motion, please indicate with a thumbs up or an aye. We have thumbs up across the board. Madam Director, that motion carries.
I'd like to say thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter is I3. It's our state forester, Bill Crapser, has his forestry and fire report.
Thank you. I love sandwiching you between the beginning of the meeting and the end of the meeting. So,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple real quick things. You've gone a long time today. Right now, we are in kind of a pre-green up fire season. We're seeing quite a bit of range fire activity across the state. South Dakota's in the Black Hills has seen quite a bit of activity. It's kind of normal, but we are expecting green up to come and then fire season after that. I would like to remind the board, I will be getting a hold of all of you individually to sit down with you and talk about what I'm seeing for fire season and what the outlook's going to be. And then other than that, Mr. Chairman, the only other thing I have for you today is to remind you all that Capitol Arbor Day is April 26th at 10 o'clock. I know you've all been invited and hope that all of you can attend because it's always a good event with a bunch of kids. This year, we're going to try to do it on the actual Arbor Day, which is also guaranteed to be either the biggest or the second biggest snowstorm of the year, if history proves ourselves correct. Mr. Chairman, that's all I got for you today. Won't keep you with any of our other details.
Thank you, Mr. Krapsa. Any questions from Mr. Krapsa? I have one. On your board matter I-2, Joe Lansdale has a sale and it says POL saw timber. What is POL?
Product other than logs. So basically either firewood or post and poles, Mr. Chairman.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Director.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that completes the agenda today for the State Board of Land Commissioners.
Thank you all. Just for the record, let's note that when the superintendent left, we moved quickly. No, I'm kidding. Is there anything else that comes before the board, Mr. Secretary, Auditor, Mr. Treasurer?
No, sir.
Thank you very much for your time, and I guess I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor of adjournment? Signify
Aye.
for an aye.
Aye.
We are done. Thank you, Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr.